Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, boys and girls. How we doing? How we doing? How we doing? How we doing? It is Wednesday, right? I've not lost my absolute mind. I'm pretty sure it is Wednesday. It's definitely reset day. My days are blurring into one. It's crazy. How are we all doing though? We got halfway to Friday, hump day. Yes, I can smell pizza day in the distance. Yes, it's nearly here. How are we all doing though, boys and girls? Are we good? Got the coffees on the go. Coffee on the go. Somebody pointed out that they've made some changes to the pre-patch event. Lol, 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 lol. They've made some changes to the pre-patch event now to basically make the weekly quests something you can do on all of your toons. So get to grinding. It's like it's a kiss and it's a curse. If you really want all of the transmog and you really want to grind out some gear for alts, yeah, get to farming the insignias on my alts since Blizz made the changes. I just want the raid mog sets. You also get resonance crystals and coin things from all the world quests as well. So I don't know what the quantity of resonance crystals is not particularly high, but at least you're getting the Twilight Blade insignias on apparently all of your alts as well now. Which means it should be a 10-minute job per alt to run around and get at least enough piece of gear for, like, you know, enough world quests done for one piece of gear kind of thing. It's more grindable, let's put it that way. It's more grindable if you really want to grind it. But that's, you know, kind of each to their own, really. There's been a new beta update, of which was a step in the right direction, but I have still not found Moxie on profession tools, and I'm going to be brutally honest with people. I'm starting to consider what the landscape is going to look like if they don't add Moxie on tools. It's going to have such a dramatic impact on professions at large if they don't add Moxie on tools, because you'll see people running around with full build 100 plus 40 build optimized quality 5 epic profession tools on literally day one. They got rid of the shuffle and basically said, right, everybody can just have everything day one then. It is kind of the weird eventuality to this, maybe. Which, I mean, I guess it's great for those people who will push it nice and quickly, but the fact that there's like nearly 4 weeks before the Mythic raid season really kicks off, you have got so much time to figure, like, to get stuff on the go. Great for casuals. Yes and no. It's gonna push people back into that Dragonflight scenario again. We expect in Season 2 and we expect in Season 3 that if you don't have max build, you're probably a bit crazy considering there'll be any profit in anything, because there'll be enough people with max build. It's just going to push Season 1 to that point very quickly. You need some points of friction. You need some barriers to entry for this stuff, for the pacing of the season to feel natural. But it'll be fun to tinker with it all the same. Today's the Overwatch 2 spotlight, some new stuff coming. Unless they actually add the PvE side of stuff, I'm not bothered. I'm not bothered. I mean, I never really got into Overwatch. I have played it a bit, and it is kind of fun. But, like, I'm not any good at it. So, Xalatath skin in Overwatch, sign me up. Oh, God. Yeah, her ultimate is she just, like, she floats in the air and dangles her toes in front of you, yeah. Delete Overwatch 2, just make Overwatch 1 again, then we can talk. Oh, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that even, to be honest. Not sure how I feel about any of that. Let me relist some auctions first thing this morning, though, while we let some coffee kick in. While we get the coffee on the go. I'm just chilling out here. I don't really need to be chilling out here with this dude. I don't. Oh, I know why I'm here. I was awarding Cholita with her winnings. I don't think I'm going to get up to much on the main account while I'm relisting auctions. Maybe I just focus on relisting the auctions and then we can figure out what's what from there. Strong chance we'll just end up on the beta for a bit later. Still have a couple of concentration builds I want to put together. Round off that section of my guide. There is definite need in the Manthius household for me to be a little bit more organised about what and when we do things at the moment. I really want to get on to doing a bunch of YouTube content, but it gets pushed down the priority listing at the moment, so much so that it gets skipped most days, and it's kind of annoying me. I'm not finding enough time to do all of the things I need and want to do. Celebrated by buying a painting for the house XP. Oh, nice one. Nice one. Congratulations. There's some big, shiny, expensive decor coming in midnight as well. Lots of like 25k, 50k paintings and stuff, I think. We did know that player housing was going to bleed some people dry of all of their gold, and it's definitely happening. I mean, you can probably tell that by the decor sales every day. I'm not going to waste too much time scouting for deals, though, now. I usually do a little bit of that in the evening. Yeah, it might be good to have a little poke around the beta today and see if there's any sort of clear and obvious off the radar changes as well. Fashion stuff has this tendency to not hit the patch notes because it's, you know, it's tweaky little hot fixy kind of things that doesn't really make it into a blue post. Made my first mill in WoW. Congrats, Goofy. Well done. That's a big one. First one's always the hardest. Usually because you make so many mistakes making your first million. Good stuff. Good stuff. Oh, we're selling stuff already. What are we selling? Fence post. Suramar fence post. Thanks to you, there was not many mistakes. Learned a lot. I'm glad I could have at least be of some assistance. I will take my 20% commission. Thank you very much. That happen, like, I joke about things like that, but you know how often that happens in social media? It's actually disgusting. Bigger influencers giving a smaller influencer an opportunity and then signing them up to a 20% contract. It's actually criminal how often that happens. TikTok is plagued with it. And I'm not even talking about like proper agencies that set up sponsorship deals and, you know, actually work to try and help grow you as a content creator. No. People do a collab, people will collab with somebody else and then sign them up for like a 20% revenue split on their channel's success for the next 12 months. It's kind of crazy. I mean, I would imagine in some countries it's borderline illegal, but wild how much of that goes on. Do you think it'd be worth to buy minerals in the auction house and make stuff from them early on? It's worth if they cost you less than what you can sell the stuff for. That's a very simple. I know it sounds like a very simple answer, but if you can sell it for more than it costs you, then yes, it's worth. I can't tell you. I can't give you any more details than that, to be honest. If never really had a start of an expansion, to be honest, for 99% of people who are going into their first expansion launch, the best thing you can do is not worry too much about crafting, because crafting is going to be very competitive. You are absolutely best off doing any form of gathering, because at the beginning of an expansion, there is no materials. No materials exist. Zero. They got to come from somewhere. Gathering materials at the beginning of an expansion can make you enough gold to last you the rest of the expansion, if you're willing to do it a little bit. Now, you don't necessarily... Everybody is going to tell you herbing and mining, but there's a lot more to gathering than just herbing and mining. The concept is you need to go and get the materials that other people are going to want to buy to level their professions. So, part of gathering and farming materials can be, obviously, herbalism and mining to go and get the raw ore and the raw herbs. But you can also, even things like fishing, you know, gathering meat, loads of little things. If you're doing a lot of dungeons, you know, any recipes that you get from the dungeons, they're probably not worth learning yourself at that point, because they'll probably be worth significantly more to somebody else. So play the game, enjoy the game, have fun, and just go by the concept of don't worry about anything. Don't be too distracted by shiny things that you want to keep yourself. Sell them now. You can buy them back later when they're half the price. Think thrifty. Be cheap at the start of an expansion. Go and get the things that other people are too lazy to get. If something, you know, if a cool BOE drops, don't equip it, because you'll probably replace it in 5 minutes. If a cool bind on equip piece of gear drops, sell it. Somebody else will pay way more than you will value it and get out of it yourself. Just sell everything that you find. Absolutely everything. If it can go on the auction house at the beginning of the expansion, put it on the auction house. Don't vendor anything. Everything on the auction house. Don't keep anything. Made millions in Shadowlands over in Korthia. Farmed the rep up first. Got into the high item level stuff. Oh, you went the Crafter's Mark route, or did you go the... Korthia was, what, rank 5 and 6 legendaries, wasn't it? Korthia was fun. Orthite crystals. I know them well. I mean, Shadowlands was a completely different landscape to what the game looks like now, but the concept is still the same. In the first week, sell everything. Play the game however you want to play the game. Level characters, do your world quests, grind the reps, kill the rares, you know, do whatever parts of the game you want to do. But anything that drops, anything that you loot, put it on the auction house. Simple as. Nothing is so valuable that you won't be able to buy it back for half the price a month later. On Sunday, you get the Dark Moon Fair. Oh, well, I mean, if you're actually trying to, like, properly min-max and optimize the rep grinds, then yeah, sure. But you're kind of sacrificing the first couple of days by not doing that. Depends where your priorities lie. When I mean grind reputations, I mean make sure that you get to at least. I'm looking at it from my perspective, which is get to renown 6, maybe renown 9. So then you get the better treasures in the zones, plus you get the knowledge point books from the specific factions for the purpose of professions. I couldn't care less about the other 15 ranks or whatever it is. Couldn't care less about those. They'll come when they come. There's going to be 12 to 18 months of world quests to chip away at those if you're really bothered. I won't be. The rep grind was grindier at the beginning of the War Within because all the crafters wanted to get to renown 12 to 14. Now it's only like 6 to 9. 9 is the Singularity, which is the Void Storm zone, which might take a little bit more work for some people to do. But renown 6 should be pretty easy, mostly by just doing the campaign, honestly. You'll do the campaign and you'll probably do, you know, a couple of side stories here or there, the odd world quest, and you'll have a renown 6 basically without trying. I haven't really decided what my strategy is going to be for the launch of the expansion yet. The more beta builds that go past without there being Moxie put on profession tools, the less and less I'm incentivized to try and push hard with professions. I know that sounds absolutely ridiculous for somebody like me to say, somebody who, you know, spends huge amounts of time trying to figure out and tinker and play with all of these professions, but I quite genuinely might just level them up for no reason other than for my own enjoyment. Like, I'm so tempted to just like, I mean, it won't happen, but I'm so tempted to try and just like switch off gold making goblin brain and just level the professions up just for the enjoyment of playing and tinkering with them. Yeah, and then I'll just buy the epic tools day one and, you know, we'll craft a few bits here and there and just spend a bunch of gold. Not even try and make a bunch of gold. Certainly in early access, I am probably going to take it very chill. Very chill. I think early access for me will probably consist of day one, we probably won't do anything but just try and level our main dude. Probably going to be the hunter. Although, this is the thing, I haven't even really decided what my main character's going to be yet. I'm real tempted to main a paladin this time. Just because they've pissed me off with my hunter. Very tempted to main a paladin. But either way, I mean, who knows? Early access, we might level both my hunter and my paladin, who knows? But certainly we'll spend the first day probably leveling anything. There's some profession-related stuff that can be done on day one. You've got to bear in mind that anything you do on day one, you are paying a monster of a premium because you're dealing with day one material prices, which are spicy to say the least. Hence why most people could do well to just spend day one gathering materials. One thing I am very cautiously going to try and do this expansion as well is not tie up my main character, my main account, with doing any form of like long time you know, I for the first expansion ever, I'm probably not going to run prospecting on my main Jawncrafter, for example. Simply because, not that I don't think it will be very profitable to do, but simply because if I do spec into prospecting on my main Jawncrafter, I can say goodbye to doing basically anything else on that account until the money dries up, until the gold dries up. I'm going to try very carefully to deliberately not tie up my main account. I want my main account to be able to go piss around with delves, to go and, like, run some dungeons, you know, do the world quests, that sort of stuff. I'm going to have these 4 accounts doing the busy work, but these 4 accounts are not going to have early access. So that sort of stuff has to, you know, prospecting, milling, any sort of shenanigans, mass crafting something. All of this sort of stuff might have to wait until the actual official launch for me. One reagent pouch on all the alts day 1. In theory, yeah. In theory. There's a bunch of mats in them. They have changed them now, so they pretty much exclusively only contain normal quality mats, but even still, you know, an influx of materials without you having to do anything, when those materials will be valued at a nice spicy price. This is a discussion I need to have more so with Mrs. Manthius than you lot, but considering I think early access is going to go live at like 1 AM in the morning or something, the decision will need to be made that do we break our sleep schedule, turn our IRL upside down in order to play the launch when it launches, and then just do like a bit of a marathon session. Not that I'm particularly good at marathon sessions, I might add. I don't think I've ever done more than about a 13-hour stream. The issue with that is I could and might do that, but then I will take... Then that will be probably the only stream of early access. You know? Then I will sleep for a day. I don't know how, like, I avoided doing that in the War Within, I think, if I remember. I don't think we broke our sleep schedule too much. I think we logged in morning after the launch, had a little poke around and just played it. Do 4 hours max. Yeah, I can't remember. I think I kind of... Did I do that for the War Within launch? Did I stay up until like 4 AM or something, did a few hours, then went to bed? I can't remember. Can't remember if I did that. Or just wake up super early, like 5 AM. There's options. The War Within launch is live on the 24/7 channel at the moment. Is that what it is? That the VOD it's playing, is it? Oh, it is. It is. Oh god, I got my viewer count on the screen there as well. We had 166 viewers on Twitch and 100 people viewing on YouTube on launch day. Oh yeah, look, I'm level 71. Ah. August 23rd, 2024. Well, the sun's out, so that was clearly in the morning then, and I'm only level 71, so I clearly didn't stay up all night. We clearly weren't staying up all night. Follow the 24/7 channel, by the way, if you haven't. Just saying. I need to add that to the socials link. Oh, Jack got there before me. Thank you, man. Bet to do 4 times 4 hours than 2 times 8 hours. Yeah, I mean, I've always had this concept with my stream anyway. I never really particularly enjoy streaming much past about 4 hours. Simply because I don't shut up for starters. Some streamers just sit there and don't say anything and play the game. And like maybe read 1 or 2 messages in chat. I've never been able to do that. I feel it's weird. When I'm streaming, I am basically talking. And after 4 hours, my voice is usually cooked, to be honest. Not to mention I'm hungry. So, you know, I've never really done the big, long marathon stream stuff much. I mean, it's entirely feasible. We just do, you know, 4 hours in the morning, a couple of hours off, and then just do double streams every day for a few days. Are we going to switch the Twitch bot, by the way? I know I've been saying I'm going to do it for ages. Just haven't. Stream elements annoys me, but it doesn't annoy me so much that I feel the need to redo everything on another one somewhere else. The silly thing is, right, is I flipping have streamer.bot already. I just need to like put the commands in and link it all up and synchronize it and everything. This is what I use for chat on stream. Like this is how I... Oh, okay, that doesn't work very well. This is how I see the chat. I have my combined chat on my other screen, so it shows YouTube messages and Twitch messages all in one. And the, what's it called, streamer.bot is, I really wish they'd change their name, because for anybody that doesn't know what this is, if this flashes up on screen, they're like, oh, he's view button! No, you fucking donut. But, it's a very, very cool little piece of software for managing streams. I just definitely don't utilize it properly. Bottheus. Jesus. Need a new logo. I don't know, I'm old-fashioned. I'm kind of attached to it. This is the thing. I'm kind of attached to it, and I don't want some AI-generated esports logo. Keep reading JM. Just think just Manthius. Who should you be watching on stream? Just Manthius. Nobody else. Keep it simple. I like your 60s style logo. Are you a Brit? I am indeed, yeah. No, he's just dumb. It's the same thing, isn't it? Same difference. I haven't been shouting out any sales on any of these realms either, actually. I'll shout when we get 6 figures. I'm just trying to fire through these at rapid pace so we can get back to the beta, really. Fun fact, I actually have a sneaky suspicion that I don't have an inventory count. I don't particularly have an accurate inventory count of my decor. But I'm very cautious that I'm only posting a handful of items on a handful of realms, meaning that I am clearly selling enough to be starting to run out. Though I do need to do some more shopping. I try not to do decor shopping more than once every couple of days. Simply because every time I do it, I spend 2 or 3 million gold. Which is not a problem, because we go on to then sell that 2 or 3 million gold for 4 or 5 million gold. But it's, still hurts. Yeah, like 3 items on this realm. What the hell's going on here? Literally must have just sold everything. We'll get to change that Streamlabs promo as well soon. Goblin Guide to the War Within. The Midnight one is nearly there. Nearly there. It's obviously not going to be complete, and it probably won't ever be complete. But I still don't feel that it's sufficient enough for me to launch it yet. I mean, it's already 1 billion pages long. This is the problem I'm having. I tried to flip in. I genuinely tried to like trim the fat this time, and we're still 48 pages on the main guide. I've had to put some disclaimers for when I do launch this, that it's there is still a lot of stuff that's not neat and tidy and organized in it. But I will, I'll make it look neat and tidy by the time it's important for people to go through it in detail. Yeah, the knowledge point guide needs padding out a little bit. Concentration guide we've been working on the last few days. I'm up, I've got some basic builds in place for jewel crafting, enchanting, tailoring, blacksmithing, and alchemy. I got the 3 other main crafting professions to have a little look at to see if concentration has value. I've got a few things I need to do before I think it's worth sharing with people. People are saying professions aren't too complicated. The fun thing is my guide doesn't really actually have humongous amounts of details about the specific professions. Mostly because I didn't feel it's of any real sense or value to just rewrite everything that I wrote for the War Within. Because the fundamental stuff of the professions isn't that different. Your basics still do absolutely fine. Basics still work absolutely fine. That 48 so pages is updating what's new, what's changed for Midnight for the most part. Aladdin set done, woohoo. GG, man, well done. Hello, sir, I was here a few days ago. I managed to buy a whole computer. Okay. I can barely remember the conversations I had 4 minutes ago, never mind a few days ago. You'll have to remind me. But congratulations on your purchase. New Computer Day is always fun. I love New Computer Day. It comes around less often than Christmas, which makes it extra special. I just wish New Computer Day wasn't so goddamn expensive these days. I remember when New Computer Day was like 700 euros, job done. It's not that anymore. 700 euros now is your RAM. Congratulations. Where can we acquire the guide? It will be on my Patreon. In simple terms, there's 3 tiers on Patreon. There's the Adblock Goblins, which are just, Giga Chads who clearly just use Adblock everywhere. YouTube, Twitch, the whole shebang. Which, if you do, you can do it in a slightly more guilt-free way by slinging me $5 a month instead on Patreon. Simple as. And then Adblock all you like. I don't care from that point on. So there's the Adblock Goblin. We've then got the Silver Goblins, which will... I'm reconfiguring bobbing the tiers on Patreon a little bit. The Silver Goblins will have access to what I'm going to be calling the Archive, the Vault, which will be basically every guide I've ever produced ever for anything, but not the current expansion stuff. So it'll be, that will contain everything that is of previous generation, if you know what I mean. So that will be all of my TSM groups for past expansions, all of my, the Goblin Guide to the War Within even will be on there from this point on. That will be a silver goblin perk, and then the gold goblins will get all of the new stuff soon as it's made available. So gold goblins is where it's at. 77k, that'll do. GPUs are going up now as well. Yeah, I genuinely think, like, not often when you buy technology do you tend to feel that you've made, like, a sound investment. I know that word is ridiculous in this context, but I genuinely think getting my 5080 at MSRP when they first launched was a smart move. Now, either I've been completely done by flipping marketing there, but I tend to think that it will be a valuable item to have. It will last me a good few years, and I really don't see the market getting particularly any better than what it is right now for them. So now I know there's been a few months where you could get a 5080 for like €1,000, which is less than what I paid for mine. But stock has often been an issue at that price point, and they're now going back up again weirdly. So yeah, I think I did all right. It was probably a smart move. I'm equally glad that I didn't buy a 5090. As cool as they'd be to have all of the frames, the electricity bill would be outrageous. I was waiting for fast 2x64 kits to hit the market, then current reality happened. They now exist, but they're like €1,500 a piece. Yeah. I don't feel as if I have any need or desire to make any significant computer upgrades in the near future, which is nice. This weekend I'm going to undervolt my CPU. Do you have AMD by chance? Is it an AMD processor by chance? You got to be a little bit careful undervolting some of the AMD ones because they undervolt really well. Oh, you got Intel? Oh, you'll be fine then. I did that on my CPU was undervolted, deliberately so, and I got such good performance out of it that it was sucking back so little electricity. I actually realized that was one of the things that was like tripping my motherboard. It was just assuming it had switched off. Almost too efficient. We had to tell it to stop that shenanigans. We're streaming on other platforms as well. Yeah, we stream to both to YouTube's, and the Twitch. I'm still wrestling with the idea of multi-streaming to Kick as well. Not because I believe there's a huge untapped market over on Kick particularly, but if I'm streaming to 2, what's the difference streaming to 3? Do it, get the bag. There wouldn't be a bag. It's not even about the bag. A streamer of my size doesn't get a bag. I think you need a minimum of 100 concurrent viewers, I think, before you get their like hourly rate. Pouch then, maybe, yeah. And they also have this weird thing on Kick that if you multi-stream, you get paid half as much. It's kind of, they're like, I don't quite know how that works, but if you dedicate yourself and only stream on Kick, you get full rate, and if you multi-stream, you get half rate, which I always thought is a little odd. How can they know you multi-stream? Yeah, exactly. This is kind of my point. Making bank. Welcome in, Mr. Magicus. Not as much today as normal, I don't feel. Maybe there wasn't as many sales overnight because it was it's reset, wasn't it? So it probably was down for a while for maintenance. Few, a few silvers here and there. Fix my TSM, not updating. What was it? What was it? Because if you've had that issue, I imagine others will as well. Oh, Cloudflare issue. Yeah. TSM do use Cloudflare. What does getting the bag mean? Not familiar with Gen Z terms. Oh, get paid. Get paid. The money bag. Had to get a VPN to do some split tunneling. That's slightly frustrating, I imagine. That said, and I should preface this before I say anything, this is not hashtag ad, this is not sponsored. But Mrs. Manthius uses NordVPN quite a lot and has been very happy with it. Like I said, this is not sponsored. I do not have a referral link for you. If they turn up with a briefcase of cash, though, I might. Yeah, quite literally, because there's nothing to watch on Finnish Netflix. Yeah. She uses it for the streaming services to get flipping HBO and Netflix and all sorts of stuff from all over the place. He is sponsored by his wife. Behind every successful man is a more successful woman. Nature will do what nature does. Right, how many more realms we got? We nearly through these? Yeah, 4 more to go. 3 more to go. These are quick ones because they don't have much stock, these ones. How rich is the woman behind Elon then? I'm assuming you mean Elon Musk. And in his case, it's multiple women. He got so many baby mamas. Don't mind this event now with the buffs. It's very easy to gear up the alts. I went from basically 0 to 121 in no time. Still no trinkets though. What's the solution on trinkets? There's got to be a solution to get some juice trinkets nice and quick, right? Didn't we say delve vendors is a good option the other day? He's rumored to be on a list as well. Oh, he's more than rumored. Need to farm a currency for the delve vendor. So it's not like 1 to 2 delves. Oh, okay. I mean, if you're lacking in the trinket department, it's not the end of the world, is it? Because the reality is you'll probably replace all of that gear pretty quick anyway. It's just to give you a bit of a leg up on the first few levels. You know, the 80 to 84 kind of bracket. Much past that, you'll start replacing all the gear anyway. First delve per week is 1.5k delve coins. A trinket costs you 2k. So for 1 per week, it's 1 to 2 delves. I mean, this is undercoin is not undercoin. Is it a transferable currency yet? It must be, right? I mean, there's a strong chance that most people are going to have a bunch of it knocking about anyway, right? Maybe not going to be too helpful if you've got 20 alts you're trying to level, but the odd 1 or 2 it'll be fine. Yeah, these realms have literally got nothing to sell. Right, there's everything listed. I don't think we made the mad bucks today, you know? I think we made a few pennies, but I don't think we did crazy. Certainly not the performance were seeing like over the weekend, but that was like bananas level crazy money. 250, 200, 200, 130. So what we saying, like 250, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, 800k. 800k, give or take. Not bad. Not bad. It would be nice to break a mil. Keeping that average up would be good, but it's all good. What I did want to do is if this Did I actually end up getting the remainder of the coins I needed from this event? Now that we've had the weekly reset, I can probably quickly get 100 coins or something, can't I? And get the last piece of decor I needed and then draw a line under this event completely. Liz trying to call me old and bad sight, making all the nodes in Midnight massive. They are pretty huge. I don't mind it though. I don't mind it. It's just quite funny. I don't mind it. Where's the portal to Twilight Highlands? Where's my frames? Item level 99. I could definitely do with a few other bits of gear. This is the only character of mine that I really do feel... Ooh, hello. That I really do feel like getting a bit of gear on it now is worth. Just because this character's going to level via herbing and mining. Probably in early access. Of which it means the gear it has now is the gear it'll probably ding level 90 at. So it could do with... It could do with some in. I was hoping for some new quests this week, but no. It's, yeah, it's kind of a poor showing, really, but what are you going to do? Can we actually do the weekly quests again? Let me go over to the event area. Ooh, lumber. Oh god, I'd forgotten about lumber. I've not farmed lumber for a few days. Look, it's not even midnight and I've stopped farming lumber. Ooh. A pyrite node. No! Oh god. Don't touch branches or oddity areas for the fear of being disconnected. I wonder if they fixed that this week's reset, actually. Hang on, why are you, where did you come from? Who are you? Who the hell are you? Oh, it's a Master Pet Trainer. Oh, sod off, we're not doing that. Get out of here. What's your maximum price for decor you flip and on what basis? Oh, I'll flip any decor. Genuinely any. With the, you know, simple logic. If it's cheap enough, I buy it. I don't really have hard and fast rules. If it's cheap enough, we buy it. If it's not cheap enough, we don't buy it. We can do the world quests as well. Go. Is it worth killing the rares out here? Why didn't that one send my rare scanner into... Oh, why is rare scanner being switched off? How's that happen then? I doubt the flying disconnect bug will ever get fixed. It's been in the game for years now. Oh, I mean it's not a bug so much. It's an auto. It's a cheat prevention system. It's when the game senses you are moving too fast, it automatically disconnects you on the assumption that you're just cheating, right? Now the problem when you hit a branch or something. The problem with that is just that the you know, for some reason the software's a bit, you know, overcooked. It could do with being toned back a bit for some reason. That's kind of more where the bug is. The system, obviously, yes, is never going to go away. It just needs to not be quite so twitchy. I meant your TSM operation max price. Oh, well, yeah, I'm not going to give you that information for free, am I? Have a word. Aha, it turns out I am too late. Midnight Professions, RIP, right? Yeah, there'll be loads of gold to be made in Midnight Professions. There always is. You can't not make gold at the beginning of an expansion. I need to be slightly careful because a lot of my... I've come to realize a lot of my critique and overview of stuff, it's difficult because I look at the profession system as how are Midnight Professions going to look like throughout all of Midnight. And the reality is that it's probably not going to look that favourable much after the first, 6 to 8 weeks, in my opinion. I do genuinely believe they're going to crash and burn really goddamn fast. But that's not to say there isn't humongous amounts of opportunity within those first 6 to 8 weeks. An expansion launch is a crazy time because there isn't a market price for anything. Everything is incredibly volatile, and in a volatile market is where you make humongous amounts of gold if you're paying attention and know what to do with it. This is where there's there's definitely juice to be had. Twilight Dawn and Disrupt the Call may now be completed on a per character, and they also award the Twilight Blade insignias to all characters. Yeah, if you just want to... I probably wouldn't... I know it's as frustrating as this might sound, but I probably at this point wouldn't recommend... oh, for fuck's sake. I wouldn't recommend people, like, actively farm the rares. I would just recommend that people with plenty enough alts just come and do the world quests and the weekly quests. You'll get your tokens so much faster. Especially after you've done the quests a couple of times and know what's going on. You a dude we have to kill? No. Okay, we got the tag on him. Quests are once per warband. Well, they've been changed apparently. They've been changed apparently to always reward tokens, and yeah, literally with this reset, they've been changed to always reward. At least that's what the blue post seems to indicate. I haven't physically tried it myself yet, but... Right, where's this dude then? Why is he not spawning? Come back. Mr. Saranuva, how we doing? Welcome in. Good day. Good day, good day. Oh, hello. What the fuck is this dude about? He hurts her. He's a bit spicy. What's going on here? Been sat in the 24/7 channel wondering why nobody was talking. Oh, sorry. Welcome to the good stuff. Where's this last one then? Boom! 10 insignias. Nice. Doing over here then.
A few brave Wildhammer allies have fallen into the cult's grasp. Give them the means to escape.
Made a ton on intermediate material crafting over in Dragonflight, but everybody's wised up in the War Within and knew how the system worked, so profit cratered immediately. On that premise, the hell is this? On that basis, you're gonna have an interesting time in midnight, because I can't see half of the flipping. You're gonna have an interesting time in midnight because everything is even simpler again. We have to start preparing for the probability, or the possibility, I should say, of Profession Tools not having Moxie. Because I hate these flipping things. Hang on, let me stop talking for a minute and press buttons. You over here. Yeah, with another beta build last night and still no sign of Moxie on Profession Tools. Even though I personally think it would be an absolutely ludicrous thing for them to not put fucking Moxie on the Profession Tools. The fact that we're this late into the development, we have to just start preparing for the fact that it might not happen. If it doesn't, it gives players, all players, an incredibly easy access to fully optimized gear. Day one, you'll have people flying around with like full quality 5 epic profession gear, which will basically crater the value of an awful lot of markets very, very, very quickly. It will basically create a scenario where the only skill gap will be in professions that have a very lengthy amount of knowledge points needed to optimize. Tailoring will end up being one of the more interesting ones. Because sure, you'll be able to get your profession gear nice and quick, but you sure as shit are not going to get 250 knowledge points in the first week. So there'll be some room to move with some of the professions. But things like blacksmithing, alloys and stuff, things that is like less than 100 knowledge points to min-max, will be absolutely optimized within an inch of their life within like a matter of hours. Who are we killing over here? Why is it not working? Why is my rare tracker not going off? For starters. Oh, that's the voice of the Eclipse, dude. That might be why. Come back to that in a minute. We'll do that one later. Midnight worst expansion of all time. I think the guy who made Concentration designed the entire expansion. Oh, your pessimism amuses me. And I think I'm pessimistic about some stuff.
Collect samples so we can understand their methods.
Well, at least you'll be happy to know that Concentration is being aggressively nerfed. One button rotation for professions. Hey, I'm not gonna meme on that. I use the one button all the time. I barely play any classes properly. Far too much like hard work. Whilst I'm also streaming. Concentration guy in Diablo devs. Lol. You might be able to cheat tailoring with skill books because some nodes only provide +5 skill, and that will allow us to skip filling entire nodes. With skill books? You mean the skill books that are one-time purchase only? There's like 10 knowledge you can obtain from a skill book, that's it. If you're talking about the renowned books, there isn't the usual Moxie books or Artisan Security books. Oh my god, I died. Skill books that provide plus skill to crafts that come from patron orders. Oh, what? I mean, they're violently limited in supply. Yeah, that might help you press the button once, but that's not what we're really focusing on here. We're more focusing on, like, you know, mass crafting stuff. I swear I had an easier time killing these dudes last week. I don't know what's going on. Kill the rare. 2 out of 8 world quests. What's the... Hang on, what am I doing here? 2 out of 8 world quests completed or rares slain. Okay, so I do actually need to kill these. Oh shit, nobody's here. I usually... okay, I'm dead. No. Turned up and nobody's here. What the Christ is going on? How did I get there first? For example, you have +5 skill across all tailoring crafts. That's right in the middle of the resourcefulness node. Oh yeah, I'm very aware of why flipping tailoring is going to be a challenge. But you know, those plus skill items are only going to serve you to press the button a very, very limited amount of times. They'll get you out of a pickle, but you're still going to need that plus skill if you want to get to the point where you can mass craft. That's the point. Do you think leveling via gathering early on is going to be feasible? Of course, yeah. Of course. In fact, it's if you're looking to wombo combo, it's the best way to both make gold and level toons. It's slow. It's very slow to level that way, but you make gold at the same time. With how many materials that get consumed in the first week or so of everybody leveling professions, this causes absolutely ridiculous demand on base materials, which is why every single expansion you can make silly money just gathering and farming in general in the first couple of weeks, because all of those materials are just getting pissed up the wall by people crafting and leveling up their professions. Two-handed Agi polearm. Yoink. That's an advantage that we will definitely take. It's a 40 item level upgrade for this dude. Means I might not hit quite so much like a wet fish now. Look at these Giga Chads just one-shotting things. Outrageous behavior.
And terrifying. Thank you, champion. I look forward to understanding their methods more.
Surplus Elementiums. That's all the way over here. Zygor, you've lost your mind, fella. That's the wrong cave. Is there anything gathering knowledge-wise gated behind max level? To my understanding so far, there's nothing gated behind max level. You need to be level 81 to use the new profession tools and accessories. But, I mean, that's one level. It might slow down alt armies being able to use profession tools a little bit. But that's not going to stop them anyway, because they can still function without them. The requirement to be max level is basically non-existent. The only time you really need to be max level for crafting is usually if they add something in like a 0.1 or 0.2 patch. Dracothists, I think, were the last time they really forced people to be max level, if I remember correctly. And that turned up in 0.1 patch. Oh, another rare spawned. Do need to kill these rares. Stop stealing all me ore! What's this? Check DMs. Hang on, give me a minute. I thought 2 of the 4 zones is locked. So harder for 80s to gather there. Okay, well, I mean, I always go by the assumption that people at least play the game a little bit. Yes, you are right that you can't really easily get access to the Void Storm, or yeah, 2 zones are predominantly accessed by going through portals, meaning that you do need to unlock those portals. I mean, you do that level 1 character, get the campaign done, and there you go, you have access. Yeah, you're like, everybody should at least play the game a little bit. Once you unlock adventure mode by completing the campaign the first time, all of your alts will have access to the portals and all the zones and everything, so just get the campaign done on one tune, nice and early. Yeah, I know there's ways to get to the other zones, yes. Yes. There are ways. Wait, why has my surplus elementium gone back down to 0? Oh god, should I have... Oh, I hope when I get back to the area it pops back up with a number again, otherwise I'm going to be not happy. Right, where is everybody? Where has everybody gone? Awkward choice. My druid would level fastest through the campaign, but would also level fastest through gathering. Yeah, I mean, I often struggle to know what to suggest in these situations because people's priorities are different. For example, I know there's a lot of people that are only considering upgrading to the Epic Edition in order to try and make gold from upgrading to the Epic Edition. Now, at that point, I kind of feel that you're treating the game like a business and you're, you know, weighing up the business proposition of starting to play a game 3 days early. I'm not really a fan of that mindset particularly, which is why I'm even choosing not to. But of course, like, you know, everybody can do their own thing. But I would also point out to most people that there isn't really that aggressive of a rush with professions because we've got nearly 3 weeks, almost 3 weeks before anybody really wants anything. This is going to be the big concern for like all this concentration alt business. Like nobody wants high quality anything for ages. You might get a couple of miracle sales at stupid high price from like just for whatever reason. But there's very, very, very little rhyme or reason for anybody to need anything particularly special in the first few weeks. There really isn't the rush. The only thing I would like suggest people focus on in the first week or two is get your professions up to a point where they're going to be comfortable for when the season launches, but there's not humongous rush in doing that, and spend as much time as you're willing to spend farming materials, because there's a huge premium on all the materials in the first week or two because of everybody being lazy and buying them for the leveling of professions. DMs, I'm being shouted at. What's going on? Wanted to take the flight path and got this. Yeah. I mean, the zone is in the game. The only thing is you shouldn't really be able to get there. Did you see the new Holly and Ian interview? World of Warcraft bosses on aging players, Midnight, and expanding the Warcraft IP. No. It's clearly interview season again, isn't it? People will just use alt concentration, craft their own epic tools. Day one. Without Moxie, it becomes a very strong possibility. It's not particularly going to be a cheap thing to do, because you're still going to have to incur the costs of leveling all of those professions. But yeah, like I said, it will still be... If they don't put Moxie on the tools, it becomes possible, even at a cost, to get your, you know, full 100 plus 40 build in literally one day. Meaning the only thing you're going to be chasing from that point on is knowledge points. So it'll mean the markets that have low knowledge point requirements to optimize will be optimized like within minutes. You know, this makes things like crafting and selling alloys incredibly risky an adventure to go into. And to be fair, most things have had a pretty sizable sort of knowledge point requirement. We'll start looking into specific builds and stuff in a bit more detail. now that we're sort of drawing close. But it's it'll be fun times.
I serve Silvermoon. We have overcome much. What is it?
The advantage is, though, with a brand new expansion, there's so many different paths for players to take now. That even if there's, you know, like I said, even though my suspicion is that, especially if they don't add Moxie on the profession tools and accessories, the opportunity for things to crash and burn quickly is quite high. But like I said, there are so many rooms for opportunity that you'll still find some in. Damn, I got to block you. Damn, strawberry jam. You, okay, sure. Oh, no, he baited me into being a fool. I had the win there and threw it away. I'm being dumb. Not concentrating on the tic-tac-toe meta. Being able to skip the green and the blue doesn't seem right. There's no progression. I think there's many things wrong with not putting Moxie on the profession tools. But simply for the fact that we are this far into the development cycle, this close to the launch, and we've had yet another build and they haven't added Moxie to the tools. At this point, you're kind of foolish to not prepare for the fact that they just might not put Moxie on the tools. Tic-tac-toe champion, me. Oh, well, that was silly. Whoops. All right. Cool. A daily cooldown vid on Moxie is brewing. Well, I mean, I you know, I don't know what I like. At the end of the day, I don't know what to say. Like, it's if they don't add it, they don't add it. But the fact that, like people have pointed out, it greatly undermines the reason for adding a third tier of profession tools. If they're just going to say, oh yeah, by the way, you can just have whichever one you want on day one, it just doesn't make sense. Like, the design principles of it don't make sense. But there's a difference here between the very, very early pre-alpha design principles and them just not actually having time before the launch of the expansion to implement what they plan to do. Which could also be the scenario. So, I don't know. They changed the shuffle stuff in the last weeks of the beta, so it might still change. Yes. We also, back in Dragonflight, didn't get a functioning work order system until 2 weeks before the expansion launched. So, you know, it's still possible. But like I said, you kind of at this point would be foolish to not prepare for the fact that they just might not add Moxie on them. So you have to kind of plan for the fact that you might be able to get your full BIS tools literally day one. And if you can do it, you have to remember that other people will do it as well. Right, I'm done with tic-tac-toes. Too many tic-tac-toes. Surely a rare's up in a second. Oh, 2 rares are up. Imagine a world where they implement Moxie on tools after early access is over. I mean, if that were... There's, I'm not going to lie, there is part of me that if they don't implement Moxie before the actual launch, I will probably try pretty aggressively to make sure I get my epic tools nice and fast in case something ridiculous like that happens, in case they hotfix it in later. Yeah, like, as ridiculous as that sounds, like I said, we have to start preparing for the fact that this might be the way. Heck, we might have to start considering that moats might be infinite in their supply if they don't put a flipping cooldown on alchemy. There's lots of things they need to do, otherwise aspects of the professions will be really broken. And if any one of them goes live, you know, people will jump on the broken shit. This is the problem with the profession system. This is why I think they probably try and do a lot. They front load a lot of the work with the profession system, I think. But the tuning and the balancing and the final testing of it seems to get really pushed down their priority list. Because the entire economy... Who remembers the flipping... what was it? The fish oil situation, right? There's been scenarios historically where things have slipped through the net and have gone live when they probably shouldn't have done, and it fucks things. Like it can break things, like not beyond repair, obviously, but it can like really fuck things up. So you know they've got to be careful they don't do this. Like, when it comes to balance and tuning of, like, classes and stuff, for Frost Mages doing 10% more damage than they should be, it's not the end of the world, you know? They'll just tune it back a bit. Game's not going to have any long-term knock-on effects, but when exploits and bugs slip through the net within the crafting system and the economy in general, it can have real big negative impacts long-term. You kind of need the crafting system and the economy to be relatively fairly put together because that's where a lot of the enjoyment is in it, right? Nothing more annoying than thinking you've like planned accordingly and then some bug or some exploit just comes and bends you over. How are the material requirements for the epic tools compared to the blue ones? If they still cost the same, that would be a strong indication that there is a change coming. Oh, well, the epic ones have slight... Yeah, they tier them up in terms of material quantity. But that's not going to, you know... It's not so much about the quantity of materials, it's about what's actually possible. If it's possible to get fully Q5 epic tools on day one, people will do it. That's the point, you know. And then that means that those players will also be able to dictate the price of the crafted items because they'll have done it. This is the scenario you find crafting sits in Season 2. You just hope that it doesn't get to that point so quickly. You want there to be, you know, a bit of a wiggle room, a bit of room for, you know, players to... a bit of a, you know, a bit of a skill gap. There isn't going to be much of a skill gap between players if everybody can get their BIS profession tools on literally day one. And you can bet your ass that without something like a shuffle to be of hindrance to players doing it, the players will do it. And in fact, the easier they make this stuff, the more mandatory it becomes to also do it. Because where crafting is concerned, you're playing the margin game. You're playing the profit game. And if you have fundamentally less stats than another crafter, then you don't have the same crafting cost as them, and over 1,000 crafts, you're gonna lose. That's the simple as. The only hope is that there is so much profit in absolutely everything that it doesn't boil down to needing optimized tools. But the easier they make those optimized tools to obtain, the quicker it will reach that point. I'm just happy the shuffle's gone. I've used it heavily in the world within, but it was mega annoying. Yeah, getting rid of the shuffle, I have absolutely no disagreement with. Was a good thing, because it was there was a significant amount of the player base that just fundamentally was not going to even try to compete in that market, because they definitely did not want to drop their professions. I was one. I had to make the decision to proactively not play my main characters at the beginning of the War Within, because there was no way I was dropping professions on them. That meant that I had to take the choice, and I want to say this was my choice. I didn't have to do this, but I chose to roll 8 completely separate, brand new level 80 character, or what was level 70 characters, in order to have one profession that was their profession, and then shuffle the shit out of the rest of them to funnel as much goodies into that one profession. But yeah, I understand why it was a gross tactic. I think getting rid of the shuffle, making Moxie profession specific, was a great choice. But I equally don't think they should make it so easy for everybody to just have everything day one. Like, there's not that much value in Moxie, particularly at that point. Because half the point of Moxie is that you're meant to be limited to how much of it you have, and so that you then have to make an educated decision where to spend it. Right? Some characters, for example, you know, if they put a big chunk of Moxie on the profession tools, the reason why I'm so much of an advocate for them doing it is because if they put a big chunk of Moxie on all of the profession tools, you have to start making a choice. Do you spend your Moxie on like one piece of epic gear, but maybe not be able to afford 2 other like rare pieces? Do you spend all of your Moxie on getting more recipes than somebody else and forego having better tools but have more choice of recipes? You know, these become all of the interesting decisions that spreads people out. People choose to go one way, people choose to go another way. This is why having Moxie be a bottleneck creates interesting gameplay choices. Now, some of us will go the route of skirting round those interesting gameplay choices by just having multiple different professions set up in different ways, so whichever option ends up being the best, you still win. But, you know, at least that option is there. I've for a while thought that like 300 Moxie on the basic rare ones, similar to what we see in the War Within, makes sense, and then make the epic ones like 450. You want to make the epic ones obtainable early if you want them, but you will have to kind of sacrifice something else to get them at epic. I don't think you know, I would really want to see the epic ones be considered like a stretch goal for crafters, in a way. Something that means that you can get all the skill that you need, you can get to the point of mass crafting relatively quickly if that's the route you want to go, but eventually you will need to still upgrade those to the epic ones. It's just a, you know, it's a better form of, it's a better gameplay, and it's a better form of progression. Saying everybody, here you go, you can have all your epic ones day one, basically means that, well, in that case then, come Season 1 launch, you better have your epic profession gear if you are looking to mass craft anything, otherwise you'll just be margined out of the game. It makes the whole thing far, far, far less interesting. And this is the thing, right? I get that they want to simplify professions. I get they don't want it to be as complicated to make a potion. But hemorrhaging the enjoyment, you know, sacrificing the enjoyment of people that actually enjoy playing with the professions properly for the sake of some Andy that doesn't really care about the professions and just complains that they spent their knowledge points incorrectly last expansion isn't the way I would go about simplifying shit. You know, where's the smart gameplay? Where's the intelligence from the devs here to do something smart? This isn't that, you know, the level of simplification we've seen isn't smart simplification. It's lazy development. It's like, we'll just cut these things out so it gives the illusion of being easier. We'll just give everything to everybody day one so then people don't complain. It's just lazy gameplay design. So there is still hope, but like I said, I think we're at the point where we're going to need to prepare for a world where you're going to be able to basically get your BIS profession tools day one. Which is fine. We can work with that. We can work with that. How much of this currency have we got? 237 of it. Why was I stacking so much of this? What do I need it all for? Where's the vendor? Where have you gone? Everybody's lurking around these dudes. This is the gear fella. There's the quartermaster. So, what was it we needed? We got the pets. First time collection bonus. Yoink. Yoink. And yoink. Add those to the kit. Whoa, 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 whoa. Close that first. We got ourselves some of those. What else was it we needed? Do we have these? We need 80 to get both of those. I wish there was a transfer all button. Really needs to be a transfer all button. Right. To my understanding, that's all of the, like, basic goodies from this now. Excluding, now it's just about getting gear on these tunes if I so want to. And what do I need? I need a helm. I need a chest piece. Braces. Belt. A ring. Still a lot. Still convinced they'll add Moxie, but if they don't worry about it. Just craft it day one, job done. Yeah, I mean, that's the route I'll go. I mean, that's the route we'll go. It'll just be like, all right, we'll just bang it out day one, have it done. It just, you know, would be an element of frustration, considering there are so many better ways to simplify the professions, such as fix the fucking spec trees. Like, it's crazy. I do want to give them benefit of the doubt, but given how buggy the pre-patch launch has been and how soon the expansion is launching, things are a bit dicey for sure. Yeah, it's, you know, it's I'm still cautiously optimistic they'll get it done, but their recent history with launching stuff has been less than perfect. A lot less than perfect. In the new Ian interview, he said for Midnight that they haven't had to crunch or work overtime. Well, it sure shows. Yeah, that's an I mean, that's an interesting statement. I mean, that's a cool, well done, pat on the back. If you also simultaneously launch everything and it's good quality, that's not really a humble brag when everything is fucking broken when it comes out at the moment these days. That's not the humble brag I think he thinks it is it? That's the case. Right, let me grab a drink quickly, hang on. Okay. Alrighty. Not gear finder. Where the currency tab? I'm literally 1 point away from buying a piece of gear for this dude. Genuinely 1 point away. The play here though is not to buy gear as soon as you can afford it though, isn't it? The play here is to continue killing rares and grinding tokens until you have enough tokens to buy everything you need, and then you just stop. Because you know full well if I buy a helm, I'll go kill a rare and a helm will drop, and then I'll cry. The question is do I want to... Oh no, they're only 20 a piece, aren't they? They're half the price now. Well, that makes it a little bit easier, a little bit better. I don't know. I'm not sure how much... This is... I can't be bothered with this event. I'm going to be honest. I can't be bothered with this event. Let's go play on the beta. Let's go play on the beta. Flipping pre-patch event is terrible. Let's go play on the beta. Anybody following the case of Marius Borg? I have no idea how you pronounce that. Oiby. He's the stepson of the Norwegian prince. The guy's a lunatic. He has to stand in court for 38 crimes. Sounds like an interesting character. AI vibe coded pre-patch event. That's an insult to vibe coding. Genuinely. Right. We've done jewel crafting, enchanting, tailoring, blacksmithing, alchemy. There is a second alchemy concentration build I want to go into because alchemy is a little bit interesting, but I want to get one of it, at least one of every one first. What are we missing then? Leatherworking. Should we investigate a leatherworking concentration build, even though I am not convinced one actually exists? Armor kits, maybe. Very maybe armor kits. I should at least present the options. Do I have a... I don't have a leatherworking category. Right. Oh my god, this is probably going to scream trinkets at everybody. Hang on, let me turn the game audio off. This is probably going to scream trinkets. Oh, I got myself a drink and then left it in the kitchen. What a fucking idiot. Got distracted giving scratches to the dog. These lot are chilling again though today, look. Big chilling. I leave my coffee in the kitchen so often. Yeah, I don't know how I manage that. Luckily, oh my god, trinkets. Right, at least you didn't hear the trinkets, it's fine. Oh no, I've pressed reload, it's going to do it again. Ah! There you go, I turned off for you, it's fine. Why did I press reload? That wasn't the button I was meant to press. We were meant to do this. You want to hear the trick? No, you don't. Deafen people. Google, don't have to show it on the stream, but just look at him. No, I'm not interested in crazy people. Crazy people can do crazy things all they like. I try to stick to at least some level of sanity. Leather working. Let's have a little look. Let's refresh the brain on leatherworking. It's been a few. Actually, you know what I haven't done? Before I get too deep into this. Was there any actual proper patch notes for this build? Any patch notes for this build? 13 hours ago. 12.0.1 beta test development notes. $14 days ago. Wait, where's the... $13 ago, 6 days ago, 5 days ago, 14 hours ago. Here we go. Class tuning hotfixes. Oh, really not a lot then. This doesn't feel like a full build. Demon hunters, druids, evokers, hunters, mages, monks, pallies, priests, rogues, ox, warriors, PvP. Okay, absolutely nothing of any substance there at all. MMO, data mine, anything? Not by the looks of things, no. Ah, okay. Huh, okay, sure. Wowhead? Anything of value, quickly? No. Okay, absolutely nothing. Sure, I guess we'll have to find stuff then. We'll have to find it ourselves. Completionism, the thing that we used for Remix, got a pre-patch event category and tells you the remaining currency you need. Oh, okay. I don't care about Mog that much to try and farm that event out, to be honest. I got the pets and the decor and mounts and stuff. I'm good. I'll get a few more tokens, maybe, to just buff up my druid a little bit. But that's probably about as far as I'll go with it from now. Let's grab a materials, skins. We might need the knowledge point book. Where's that one? Jewel crafting, blacksmithing, engineering, skinning, leatherworking. Yoink.
We shall meet again.
Okay. What do we think actually brings some value to concentration with leatherworking then? There's the potential, if the skill gap is high enough for some of this stuff early on, but with a reduction in the amount of like intermediates that leatherworking makes, and the absolutely ungodly amount of moats this profession uses, by the way. Look how broken the distribution of value is on these recipes. Sindorai armor banding takes one piece of random ass, probably near enough vendor price fur, and one piece of rare plating, but 2 moats. Then if you want to use those armor bandings anywhere else, let's say for the devout banding optional reagent, you just slam a shitload more moats on it. Where's the added value actually from leatherworkers there? A simple scenario once again of he or she who gets their moats the cheapest wins. Same with the armor kits. Fuckload of moats, 3 delve materials, and then some vendor items on top of 2 of the armor bandings, which are moat heavy in the first place, and an infused scale woven hide, which, if I'm not mistaken, is also just a shitload of moats. I mean, leatherworking is basically called gathering in disguise. Would you like to add some moats on top of your moats to make your moats? So how many moats goes into making a single forest hunter's armor kit relative to the amount of leather that goes into it? You need 2 armor bandings. You need 10 moats to begin with. 2 armor bandings, which are 2 moats apiece. So that's 4 on top of the 10. So that's 14 moats plus whatever an infused needs. 14 moats plus another 8 moats. 22 moats. 22 moats are needed to make a single armor kit. How much actual leather is needed? Well, the infused requires 1 piece of hide and 1 majestic. These are going to be quite pricey though, mind. But 1 piece of hide in this thing. Oh, sorry. 2, 3 hides. No actual leather here, by the way. No default standard leather in any of this. No default leather, no default scale. Just the rare ones. Rare ones. but a humongous amount of moats, which don't have quality. There's no quality on moats anywhere in the production line. So there's no value via concentration on those. Roots come from delves, and I am not convinced these are going to be rare at all. Yeah, it's not leatherworking, it's moat working, isn't it? 22 moats compared to like 4 pieces of leather is a bit of a joke. Moats are big business. I've been telling people since alpha, moats are going to be where you make your money. And it's going to cripple the value of most crafting professions long term, because the professions aren't adding any value anywhere. They're not properly utilizing the materials. They're just buying moats and then shipping them. So you'll very quickly stop caring about the cost of your basic materials, and you'll just focus on getting your moats as cheap as possible. Which does cause a little bit of trouble, maybe, with these from a concentration perspective, since there's only 3 items there that concentration is going to have any impact on at all. These, because there's absolutely no room to move whatsoever. Majestic hide is a skinning. The only item here that has quality on it is the scale woven hide. So the only value in concentration here is in the single amount of difference between this and this in terms of cost. That's the only saving concentration is doing on these crafts. That's not really a great candidate, is it? I mean, unless there's 10,000 gold difference here, but yeah. That's not a thing. That's not going to be a thing. Same scenario here. The only room for concentration to move is in the one single price difference between normal and high quality void tempered plating. Fucking super duper mega heavy on moats again. Okay, there is absolutely nothing here. Like, genuinely, actually nothing that I think is even worth considering spending concentration on, ever. Drums don't have quality. Sign them out. The irony is your Thalassian Scout armor kits are one of the only things that stand out as like, oh, that would be really good for concentration. Because you're using 100 base materials. So whatever the price difference is between these materials, you multiply that by 50. And then you multiply this difference by 50 again, and that's the value concentration potentially has to offer you. The downside of all of this, though, is that no fucker's going to want these. They're not even going to want them at high quality, because they're the basic dum-dum ones. 24 strength or agi. People are going to want 41 strength or agi and the 115 stamina. Nobody, no, like the only one that could potentially have some use for concentration is on the item that absolutely nobody will want. So that's, and actually thinking about it, I have a strong suspicion, I need to double check this on my leatherworker. There's a strong suspicion that you can basically produce these at high quality using nearly entirely low quality materials anyway, because the recipe difficulty is really low. So excluding those items, everything out there's actually nothing. I'm not even going to bother with a leather but working concentration build, because there is actually nothing, is there? There's absolutely zero value in concentration anywhere. Well, that saves me a job at least of trying to figure out what it could be. Let me double check my big boy leatherworker for a second, just to see the skill cap on other armor kit. Mac leatherworker. Plot twist, motes go live with quality. I mean, that would be fun, wouldn't it? It's arguably the only thing that would actually bring some value back into concentration. Where's that armor kit then? Yeah, yeah, you can piss so far past the skill on these. Not that I have the low... I don't even think there's a way for me to get the low tier leather. To test what that looks like with low tier leather. Gems, herbs, or rocks. No, I don't have a cheesy way to get the leather. But yeah, the fact is that you'll be able to swap out a great percentage of these low tier materials anyway. Because you got 120 odd. In fact, can you actually switch out all of them? What's 40% of 300? 120? You can actually do it. You can mass produce the Lassian Scout armor kits at high quality with only normal quality materials. Oh dear. Yeah. So that's not a thing. Regardless of the fact that nobody wants them, you can mass produce them. They'll be mass producible using all normal quality materials. Okay. That's funny. Is it just that I don't have enough of these right now? Why? Yeah. Imagine how expensive it'll be to level moat working. Insane. I'm not going to get too distracted by double checking leveling paths, but yeah, I think the leveling path for leatherworking was pretty armor kit crafting heavy, wasn't it? Blessed Pango Charms go all the way to 100. Primal Spore Bindings can go to 100. Or the armor kits can take you to 100. With a combined total of like 22 motes per armor kit, though. If you need to make 50 to 60 of them to boost leatherworking to max, that's going to add up quite quickly. Because, what did I say, 22 motes for a single armor kit by the time you break down its intermediates. Assuming they're about 100 gold a piece, even if they're cheap. I'm not even sure they will. That's 2,200 gold armor kit just for the motes before you add on the other stuff. And you need like 50 or 60 of them to level to 100. So, yeah, it could be 150k. It could be 150k to level leatherworking to max. Unless the... Oh, nah, because you don't go the armor kit route. Actually, you're mental to go the armor kit route. You do these instead. But that's still 1,000 gold per, and you still need to craft 50 or 60 of them. It cuts the cost in half. It's still 60. It'll still be 60k, even if motes are like... And these are wild... In fact, these are wild motes as well, which are likely to be the more expensive motes, actually, thinking about it. I have my suspicions. Motes of light. Motes of wild magic on the forest hunter ones again. It's going to be really weird. It's going to be really weird to see when like normal quality stuff is like 3,000 gold and then high quality stuff is 3,200 gold. Because the price difference on like 3 materials is going to be nothing. Okay. I think leatherworking is going to look like a bit of a meme profession again, unfortunately. Unless, of course, you go in the... Unless, of course, you are going just like gear crafting for people. 500,000 demon hunters and who else wears leather or mail these days? Shamans. You literally make gear for half the game as a leather worker. So where it falls incredibly short on mass producing stuff, I think it will make up for it if you're one of those players that's happy to just bang out work orders all day. The wild motes are a weird one because the undergeared gatherers are not going to be able to kill them efficiently, but that's also the zone with the gathering buffs. Yeah, there is more emphasis on people actually gearing their gatherers. That said, what I haven't looked at doing, and what might weirdly be the meta for that, is to twink the shit out of a level 80 character. If you get some serious gear on your gatherer right now, and then just level lock them, is that even? Can you even level? I bet you won't be able to lock XP, will you? They'll restrict you from locking XP. Or you do it on an account that isn't. You do it on an account. Can you even do that? Yeah. Yeah, you're not even able to level lock it, are you? I'm just thinking, because at level 80, 81, you absolutely nuke everything. And by the time you're 90, you're just weak source. But I don't think there's a cheesy way to do that particularly. Problem with being a gear crafter is you've got to sit in town 24/7. But, you know, that's what leatherworking is. Leatherworking, for example, blacksmithing, tailoring, these like very gear crafting focused professions are very good for the people that sit in town half the time trying to get into a Mythic Plus group. And whilst they're waiting to find a Mythic Plus group, they'll just chip away at the occasional work order. If you already are lurking in the capital city a reasonable amount, then it's actually not a bad option. But to a lot of us that don't want to just chill in the capital city all day, and be going out doing something else, it's not as good of an option, yeah. You can't enter the midnight zones on an account without midnight. That would be the only way to level lock at 80. Yeah, I know. My brain quickly came to that conclusion as well, yeah. Is the option to lower the party to the leader's level to do old quests? Forgot the name, but could that... What? Party Sync. Party Sync always has shenanigans. Party Sync always has weird shenanigans. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. Okay, well, that's made leatherworking concentration easy to look at. I will put a header for it at least, just so I remind myself that it's a lol. We will call this the lol don't bother build. What this does mean, and I'm actually going to read you a little paragraph that I wrote for the Goblin Guide, because I am more and more thinking that I'm not too off the mark with this. Which is that I'm mostly thinking that Blizzard nerfing concentration is kind of by design, because I don't really think that in its War Within form, it's done what Blizzard really wanted concentration to do. So I wrote in my guide, and you lot can like correct me if you don't think this is true, but I wrote, I think concentration was initially designed to be a safety blanket for players. It can bridge the gap where your skill, tools, accessories might be lacking, or if you're missing a few knowledge points, really want to craft that new shiny piece of gear. I'm not totally sure Blizzard intended it to be harnessed quite so powerfully at scale for full army domination. There is a good chance that even if you're remotely smart about your setup and playstyle with professions, you might not have much need for concentration, and I kind of believe that's by design. But for the sake of easy goal making, I hope I'm wrong. From what I see in Midnight, it really does look like concentration is more there to like help you fix a short-term problem. It's not designed to be something that you can crank ingenuity with and then churn out low quality stuff at a scale enough that makes it worth doing. It kind of feels like it's meant to be there for like when you're 5 points away from being able to guarantee something, and somebody comes along and you know, says, can you craft this at high quality for me? And you're like, well, I can't guarantee it, but I can use a smidge of concentration. Ah, cool, thanks man, here's a 20k tip, sort of thing. Which feels a lot more like how I think Blizzard probably designed concentration. We as goblins have abused concentration for its money-making ability. But I think when you break it down, Blizzard probably planned on adding concentration as a way to add a level of deterministic crafting where Dragonflight didn't have that. Dragonflight, we had, if you remember back to Dragonflight, we had inspiration, where basically your high quality stuff was always a random percentage chance. And so maybe, considering how many people complained about the fact they didn't like that, they were like, well, here's this thing that you can use to deterministically craft a couple of things if you just want a couple of things. But balancing, or the lack of balancing, led to concentration being something that people could harness to actually produce a lot of stuff with a bunch of characters at a significantly cheaper price. It wasn't used... I think it was probably designed to be a bit of a get-out-of-jail-free card. Poetic to be listened to, but I doubt people would enjoy reading that snippet in written form. We'll see. Why Blizzard increase the concentration costs on crafts? Yeah, I do think for some things, like like the diamonds, I think the diamonds with jewel crafting are a big example of that. They're a big example that really it might be. They saw the utility of being able to like make your own diamond at high quality. They saw that as an element of utility to use concentration, but they probably wanted to make it use so much concentration that it couldn't then be like mass scaled up and profited from, if you know what I mean. We're going to look at engineering, see if there's any goodies with engineering. I already feel engineering concentration is a bit of a touchy one, isn't it? That's going to be a bit difficult because it's all discovery based. Acquisition of the recipe might be your biggest stumbling point here. Nearing conch. Would be enforced by making items crafted with concentration soulbound. Would still work with work orders. True. I think that would be a solution. I'm, to be brutally honest, I'm of the opinion that anything that is crafted with a work order should pop up soulbound. Not just when concentration is used. I think literally anything that's ordered. Oh my god, trinkets! Jesus Christ!
Pretty trinket.
Champion, Zalatath and her devouring host lay siege to the Sunwell. The light has chosen you.
Yeah, I think anything that comes through a work order should be soulbound. Stop all of these people trying to order decor with 100 gold tip to clearly then only just go put it on the auction house. And basically anything else that, in my opinion, should probably be restricted to the auction house anyway, because there's no customization, so why do you need a custom order for it? Right, let's grab engineering. I think engineering has the possibility for some goodies in here, you know? But I do think the real difficulty is getting the right recipe, which might make it just stupidly expensive to set up for concentration. Or so goddamn random that you just don't bother. Is there any way to find some recipes that allow you to maybe skip the weird discovery thing? Actually, maybe like a Moxie recipe or something might then end up being a better option for engineering conch builds, if that even ends up being a thing. The difficulty is 90% of everything comes from discovery, doesn't it? Cogwheels are your missives for engineering. We're also going to have to deal with the reality that moats are going to be all over the place here again. What we got here? Bits. Recycling. 1-1. Too cheap. Too cheap. I never do the 100 gold work orders, but to be fair, what's the difference between somebody ordering a decor item to sell it compared to server arbitrage decor? I mean, if they tip accordingly, sure, fine. But it's like there's arguably also no reason to really fill a work order on decor in the first place. I don't know, it just feels a lot like having your cake and eating it. Because if somebody places a work order for decor, they've clearly already farmed the lumber, because they have to provide the lumber. And they've already acquired all of the other materials. Just level up the profession and get the recipe. I don't know. There's an element of it that just feels weird. Half of this stuff doesn't have quality. What are the ankle primers? Recycling. It's also difficult for me to really navigate engineering because I haven't tested recycling in depth yet. Scopes could be an interesting one, since they have 5 materials that come through recycling. And 2 additional materials that come via crafting. It's at least 7 materials. It's a good start. It's a good start. But once again, it's the... How do you can't easily cherry pick. Can't easily cherry pick the recipes you want. Which means you either get lucky and get the recipe easily, or you spend a bunch of gold and then have to desperately claw it back and pay for everything until you have. In the War Within, though, some of the recipes had a much higher chance of dropping like early on. Like there were some recipes that you got like within 5 pilfers, like almost guaranteed. I wonder if there's a similar pattern to recycling here. There are some recipes you just get like really quickly, really easily. And if it's one of these ones that has quality and, you know, uses a few materials, it might not be so terrible. Will revive you on your ultimately demise while outdoors. Lol, I could do with one of those. I could do with a travel-sized medi. Oh, optional crafting reagent, no quality. Oh, okay. What? Okay. Why does... Okay. Well, I guess... How do you put quality on something? Normal quality one is a chance it revives you. High quality one actually does. Bop, Curator of Booms, provides the following property. Your damaging or healing spells and abilities have a chance to fire up to 5 big booms, dealing 579 fire damage or 869 healing based on the amount of big booms delivered. That sounds random enough that could end up being actually quite a powerful optional crafting reagent, depending on what the proc chance is on that. That's another one of those that we need to start seeing some, like... We need to start seeing some flipping BIS lists and stuff turning up. And we're into gear. Gear, and more gear. Lots of tools, decor. Okay. Yeah, this is a weird one. If you can snag... If via recycling you can snag yourself, like, the scope recipes, without, like, actually having to recycle too much to get them, there becomes possibility here. Remember the elemental lariat from Dragonflight? Have you spotted something similar in Midnight? I know it well, because it's the one jewel crafting recipe I don't own. I don't look at gear in that level of detail. Well, I'll wait and let clever people tell me that. I'm not that clever person. What do we got? Replace your ammunition with a special toxin that causes auto attacks to also apply a bleed. 60 seconds. We've got the increased crit by 42. Mastery by 42. The weighted boom shots last 60 minutes. Yeah, it depends what BIS lists start turning around and saying is the best things to slam on your weapons and buffs to have and the likes. Let's do a little bit of cheeky recycling a few times to see if there's any pattern to... Yeah, let's see if there's any pattern to what gets spat out. I also haven't done any recycling testing. But my theory here is that we're likely to see pigments being recycled. Where are they? Oh, wait, hang on. Hang on, this list has changed. This list has changed. Or has it just been reordered? Okay, it's just been reordered, I think. Powder pigment, I think, is something that's very likely to be recycled if it ends up being cheap enough. I also don't know if there's a greater or lower chance to get certain recipes when you're recycling certain things. Like I said, I probably should test recycling in a bit more detail before we try this, but... give me the... Gimme. Where's the flipping tools I need? I feel we're close. What is it I need? I need a spanner and one of them. Are any one of you gonna dish out pigment?
The winds guide you.
Oh, okay.
Greetings.
None of these dudes are gonna dish out pigments, are they? Pigments on you? Am I gonna have to set up a scribe to make the pigments to then... oh, God. Squirrels! Oh, hello. No, pigments. Here we go.
Have a good one.
Assuming powder pigments end up being relatively cheap, can we smush a bunch of them down and get some easy recipes? Small lamp. The hell? We got something straight away. Leather equipment. No, housing decor. Literally the very first thing we got was a piece of decor. I mean, for the sake of a concentration build, if you can buy like 100 powder pigment, it's not going to be too expensive. But you do seem to be like hella gamba on what might pop out. Another piece of decor. Wormhole generator. Nice, but no quality. Stompers, more gear. Curious red button. No quality. Yeah, this is going to be the randomness of this, isn't it? Bip, Scorcher of Souls. Well, there we go. That becomes... You know, we spent, what? We spent 80 pigment. Which is like, I don't know, 50 herbs or something. And it's the Tranquility. It's likely to be the cheaper herb. This might be the way to do engineering. You might just have to fish for a recipe that works and then just stop as soon as you get one that works. Trying to Google Hella Gamba Gamba, what does that actually mean? It's used by all the British, or is it just some people? Oh, basically gambling, you know, RNG. Cogwheels do get dished out. Cogwheels get dished out via early skill. So at least with 25 skill under your belt, you get all the cogwheel recipes. The problem is they use so few materials that they might not be super valuable to concentrate on, but it's at least an option that's excluded from the RNG recycling grind. And recycling a little bit will get you some skill points. So this becomes maybe a backup plan. But after that, all of these are recycling, aren't they? Every recipe is basically recycling. Oh, that's a piece of gear. Yeah, then we're into the guns. Yeah, it's not like you can even get a few first-time crafts and do some moxie or summon. Recycling seems to continuously give you points. Fast Rider's Hawkeye, isn't that one of the scopes? Yeah, so there we go. We got to skill 19. We spent less than 100 pigments. We still got our scope recipe, which would then allow us to take some basic normal quality mats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mats. And use a bunch of concentration. Found it. Noun. Twitch speak. Oh, is that what it claims? Okay. That's funny. Is there... Learn to craft medi. You unlock. It's a nut. Okay. Oh, okay, yeah, that doesn't matter. And then it's not too dissimilar to a lot of other concentration builds. You'd unlock recycling. You get a sub-spec for free instantly. And then you slam 20 points into multicraft. And get yourself some basic profession tools and accessories. Okay. There is a path for engineering concentration here, believe it or not. It's just not as deterministic as buy these recipes, do exactly this and win. And this does actually guarantee you skill points all the way to 225 and beyond by the looks of things. Maybe that's it then. Maybe there is a concentration build for engineering. We just got to hope the scopes end up being something that's worth. We, in that little, only got the one scope, crit scope. But the likelihood is that by the time you've leveled to 25 with recycling, you'll have something that you can use your concentration on that character. You're going to probably need to be really unlucky to not end up with anything. And your recycling is going to give you a few of those early Evercores, which you will then probably need for when you use your concentration on something anyway, aren't you? So it's not a total waste of... it's not a complete gold sink. You're going to use them here anyway. You'll just need to buy some ether looms, a soul sprocket, and a song gear to be able to press your buttons. 468, you make 2 scopes. 2 scopes every 4 days. 2 scopes every 4 days. Okay, we need to start documenting this. This actually weirdly works. Looks like it might weirdly work. Let me... Engineering. Engineering. We'll call it the Gamba Gamba build. Gamba Gamba Conk build. And before we start doing anything, I'm busting for a pee. I'll be back in 2. Alright. Want to figure out how to utilise my alt army somehow. Excited to do professions and maybe do more than just spam one concentration profession. Well, we've spent a couple of days on stream going over some of the different concentration options. We're obviously trying to put together multiple options, because of course when the game goes live and everybody gets actual costs for things, you can start plugging numbers in and see which ones end up being more worthwhile than others. It's often you can guesstimate which ones will work well, but until the game's live, it is just a guess at the end of the day. Worst ad break time ever. Oh, did we go to... Did it jump to ads, did we? Whoops. Right. Get to skill 25, I think, is the play here. Get to skill 25. Since learning. You can either. Oh, hang on. You. Oh, I shouldn't use the word fish for a recipe because people like fishing. Um. This is your absolute minimum build to be able to use your concentration. There's technically no need to level the profession. But you will gain some skill while recycling for your patterns. And the advanced build. Should never start a sentence with and. Okay. This is behind the patron as well, I imagine. Yes. Yeah, it will be, yeah. Okay, so what does it look like to begin with? Maybe we should put... There are few recipes you want to look out for. What are they going to be then? We want any of the scopes, really. The Far Stride or Hawkstride scope. Scopes. There's Far Strider. Hawk Eye. And what's the other one? Smuggler's Lynx Eye, I guess, right? Smuggler's Lynx Eye. Scopes, Fast Strider, Hawk's Eye, and the Smuggler's Lynx Eye. And then there's also the commodity things, aren't there? These things, the weighted boom shots. What do you call these? Buff items. Weighted boom shots. There was another one. What was the other one? Soul Link's going to be too cheap. 3, 4, 5, 6. It's an optional reagent. That's also not... Basically, it's any of the bits, isn't it? Nearly anything under the bits category is maybe possibly worth. Laced zoom shots. Is this it? I bleed to the target. Basically, most of the crafts under the bits category. When you have one, how's it gonna look? have Far Strider's Hawk Udar. 468 concentration ain't cheap, is it? Really not cheap. Not cheap at all. This... Once you get your recipe, you'll be able to use concentration. This basic build will let you use normal materials. Highlight that. Normal materials to produce high quality crafted item. Using 352. How much concentration did we... 468. Holy shit. Is a lot. You'll be able to craft 2 every 4 days. Now, the advanced part of this is stacking up your multi-craft to make it more juicy when you do. We unlock recycling and we go 20 points in multi-craft, really. We should be able to get our hands on a few more engineering knowledge points quite quickly and easily. There's 20... What, there's 8 treasures. 8 treasures... Definitely going to sub to the Patreon for launch. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Thank you. 8 treasures times 3, 24, plus the 10 knowledge point book, 34. 34 plus some harvestable first time crafts if you so choose. You can probably get 40 knowledge points, can't you? To spend. I think it's safe to say that the advanced build is about 40 knowledge points. That means you can go into multi-craft and either... Oh, you're going to have to put some points in here to unlock a sub-spec if you want to go into 2 nodes. Recycling now has the chance to teach you new whimsical recipes. See, yeah, this is what I was talking about earlier. There's probably a greater chance for you to get the basic recipes before you put points in here. You actually don't want to put points in here very early because you don't want to get the other recipes. What does it consider a whimsical recipe? For the purpose of concentration, you actually don't care what they consider whimsical, do you? Because you just don't want them. You actually want the basic stuff so you can use concentration on it. You'd have to put 15 points in here to unlock a second node. So you're not going to stack... You're not going to try and stack anything else. You'll just put points in multi-craft and call it a day. So you don't even really need all of the treasures, do you, particularly? For conch build. Unless you end up getting humongous amounts of stats from this tree somewhere. This is just going to be plus skill, though. We don't care about skill. Bit of resourcefulness, nobody cares. Recycling reagents has the chance to inspire you to create new recipes. This is where I need to test recycling in depth, don't I? Because actually it does look to indicate that what you recycle might matter. It could end up being that... Yeah, it could very much end up being that what you recycle ends up mattering. Alright, we can always amend that at a later date if we figure out some secret source. Yeah, this is all skill. We don't care about any of this. Learn to craft Hush. Nonchalant Pup. What's Hush? That's not on my list. Who's Hush? Is there a crafted pet? Have they sneaky the crafting pet into here and not told me? It's not on my unlearned list. Who's Hush? $30 points in bots. I might need to double check on my full build engineer. What's that about? I am intrigued. Who and what is Hush? Engineering already feels naturally weaker because there's not a crafted mount, but Hush, the nonchalant pup. Oh, it's an optional crafting reagent. Oh. Weird. Provides the following property. Grants the user invisibility for 4 to 18 seconds. Can only be used outdoors. Cannot be cast in combat. It's subject to quality. Huh. 4 to 18 seconds. 4 to 18 seconds. Oh, I thought that was going to be a pet. Gatherer's friend. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Nice, cheeky, gathering, drop combat. Oh, cannot be cast in combat. So no, not even a gatherer's friend, really. Oh, okay. Ah, I thought that was going to be a pet. I got all intrigued for a while. You got me all interested for a minute that game, and then you yoinked it away from me. I thought we were making an engineering dog pet. Apparently not. Okay, right, let's put together a little bit of an advanced build then. So, our advanced build is going to be to basically boost our multicraft as far as we can get it, because multicraft always wins. Simple rules. Add some quality 5 uncommon profession tools and accessories. Full multicraft tool with multicraft enchant. Collect your 8 profession treasure points. Renown book, renown 9 with the singularity. Collect some extra knowledge points from first time crafts. Are your options here. Who does the engineering book this time round? Not that I think you're going to really need. These are obviously optional, but who does the book? Beginning, mining, leatherworking. Nope. Engineering, singularity, renown 9. What? No, close the tooltip, not my bags. Oh, stupid. Okay, that doesn't want to go away. Give me the knowledge point
I've
book.
been expecting you. Go in peace.
Damn, equip the stupid. There we go. So unlock recycling. Let me just double check the others, make sure there's not anything else that's even more impactful than that. I don't think there is. Just for the profession point stuff, just skill. We're not after any of this business. We're after nothing but secondary stats. Go elbow deep into multicraft. 25% additional goods. 25% additional goods. It's 50%. Another 20%. Another 25%. Wow! 20 points in multicraft doubles your multicraft output. Damn, son. 20 points. Take my money. Ugh. Okay, that works well. Is there any value in slamming more points in here if you end up having them? This is just skill, 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 skill. Not really. You'd have to go as far as to put 15 points in here and then put another 20 points in here. Resourcefulness refunds 5% more resources when crafting. 5%, 45, 10% more. Okay, it's kind of worth 20, 40, 55 points. Can you easily get 55 points on a concentration build? Not really. 34, yes. I don't know where you'd magically easily be able to get another 20 knowledge points from. So I don't really think the advanced build can suggest people double up and get both the multicraft and the resourcefulness. Even though it would be nice. Not really that easy to do. Not within the scope of a concentration build anyway. Okay. Let's grab a screen of this. We only need 20 knowledge points to be able to push our multicraft stat. Then need green stuff going on up here, preferably. Right, who makes all of this stuff then? Who makes all my engineering tools? We want one of you. Leatherworking. Resourcefulness and crafting speed. One for leatherworking. I'm going to need a multi-craft missive, aren't I?
Interesting.
Multi-craft missive. That one.
If you ever need anything.
And then an enchant for it when it turns up. Let's grab that now as well.
News?
All I remember. One of you.
Don't die out there.
What brings you here?
So we ordered the Tinker's Handguard. We need the other two things. Engineering. Junker's multi-tool. Oh, we actually make these ourselves. This dude doesn't have the skill. Manthe engineering, probably. You. And the missive on it for multi-craft. Yoink. junk visor. Oh, we make this as well. Fun times. Whoa! Hold the phone? Whoa! Hold the phone. Why is this one so stupidly expensive? Why has this got the materials that the rare one's meant to have? I mean, even the flipping epic one is... Okay, sure. I think this has got the wrong materials. But anyway, sure. Majestic hide on a green. Damn. That's going to be expensive. These are going to be stupid expensive if they end up with these on them. Sure. It's fine. It's fine.
Goddess, watch over
What was it? Leatherworking and engineering I need. I think it was leatherworking. Leatherworking and engineering. Then my leveling tunes. Leatherworking. Whoa, 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 whoa. What have I got after this? We've done leatherworking. Oh, inscription, of course. I've deliberately left inscription to last because I'm desperately hoping inscription will get fixed. But I'm unfortunately at the point now where I'm just going to have to assume that what we see is what we get.
and be with you.
In basically all forms.
Quality.
They fix shit. They fix it, great. But if not,
Stars guide you.
just prepare for things to be a bit broken. Insufficient reagents. I need some void-tempered scales. How's my leatherworker not have the basic scales? Whoops. Whoopsie-doo. One of you. Leatherworking. Where's my engineer? You. Yeah. I guess we pray that these have got the wrong materials on them. What does the rare and the epic version of that same thing have while we're here? Which one was it? It was the Far Strider Junk Visor, wasn't it? What about... Is it this one? Sindorai Headlamp? Is the rare version of it? 4 and 2 and 1 and 1. They've got different materials, but yeah, that's weird. This clearly is just super duper busted. Because you'd never buy the green one. Also, like we were mentioning earlier, there is an element of maybe having to prepare for the reality that these might not have Moxie on them and you might be able to craft them day one. That would, in theory, maybe possibly slightly change some of my concentration build guides, because I might switch away then from suggesting people pick up the green ones if the rare ones are not going to be any much really more expensive. There's, of course, the complication of having to pick up the find a crafter for it. But in theory, as ridiculous as it sounds, if there's no Moxie on profession tools, even concentration crafters, if they want to spend the gold, could eventually get the epic ones. It's like, you know, why wouldn't you? Still using a majestic fin. A fused vitality is a bind and pickup reagent that you have to just go do some abundance for. But the rest of the cost here is not that much different. What, you know, why wouldn't you take the best? This is why a world of no Moxie on tools is going to be an odd one. If it goes live this way. Okay, got some of those. How does this affect the build now then? How is this going to make things look? Slam those on. On you go. Let's put the enchant on it as well. So, a little bit of multi-craft from the spec tree, and a little bit of multi-craft and some tools is your more so kind of like, let's do this a bit better kind of build. Now you're up to a 22% multi-craft chance. So you're still not going to proc it's still going to cost you nearly, you're only going to be able to craft 2 of these every 4 days. You might not often see multi-craft procs, but when you do, it's going to be like Christmas come early. Because not only have you now got a 22% multi-craft chance, you're also going to double the amount of stuff you get from it. It's 100% more items when it does proc, which is kind of nice. That is the potential way you should maybe look at building up engineering concentration. As weird as that concept sounds. Let's grab a screeny of this. With these small additional changes, you'll be able to gain about 22% multi-craft chance. But this also doubles the results when it does proc. Right, we need some final notes for this. Final notes. RNG. wonder if I need to start... it's really annoying. I want them to add Moxie to tools. Genuinely, desperately want them to add Moxie to tools. While you're making good money flipping decor, I had a new habit of sourcing quote-unquote cheap goods from the black market auction house. But from time to time, I misread the price, forget the value. I've just overbid on a pet by 1 digit. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oops. That's gonna sting. I'm gonna be honest, I am ever so slightly surprised that there was even something viable with engineering, considering the RNG nature of recycling. I wonder if I need to put any notes in here about what to recycle. I should do, really, shouldn't I? I probably will have to see if we have time for this, because... Oh, you've missed nearly all of the puppies. Where are the puppies? I'll give you a full screen puppies, because you've only got the tail end of one there. Oh, Nips was awake. Solo is asleep. He's alive, I swear. He's asleep. You can see him breathing. He's alive. Alma's over by the door. I think she wants to go out. There she goes. She heard her name. Yeah, I'm going to probably have to put together a bit of a recycling calculator kind of styly thing. This is going to be one of those things that, because it's for engineering, it's one of those things that isn't going to be the highest priority. But understanding it before the expansion goes live will be kind of useful. Because there's so many different things you can recycle here. And so... I guess the easy way to do this is to have a simple shopping list. So you can quickly grab the price of every one of these. Slam it in a spreadsheet quickly. And then do... I don't know. It kind of means that the only way to put this together properly is to, like, recycle probably, you know, 1,000 of every material on this list and just see what the yield is, and then you can calculate the value per recycle and compare that against the price, and, you know, math will tell you the right thing to recycle. But I tend to feel that there'll be some outliers. Things like the powder pigment, which is technically crafted. Yes, it comes from milling, but you get more pigment out than you put herbs in. In most crafted items, you put more materials in than you get items out. Pigments are the other way around. You get more out than you put in. 5 herbs will give you, like, what's it? 5 herbs gives you like 12 pigments or something. At least it was last time I checked. So then recycling 5 pigments is way, 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 way cheaper than, like, recycling 5 ingots or 5 cloth bolts or something, for example. Flipping Dark Moon sigils are in here. It's a recyclable option. There's some odd things in here. Like the cool down bolts, for example. Like, I don't know if recycling the epic stuff, like, will end up giving you humongous amounts more of the recyclable materials or something. This is why mini calculator for this could be really powerful to know. I mean, in fact, there's probably something to be said that just knowing the rates of this will be a way to just print money anyway. If you know at what point you can buy any of these materials, anytime you see them lower than that, you buy them and you just sell the recycled goods straight out. It's a bit of a money print. It could be a bit of a money printer in itself if you know the maths of it. But it's just going to be an absolute ball ache to test and figure out. Certainly not something you're going to want to try and figure out on live anyway. Maybe that's a Sunday afternoon mini game to play. We'll see. Okay. Jewel crafting, enchanting, tailoring, blacksmithing, alchemy, leatherworking, engineering. Yes, inscription. Inscription's the last one. Is inscription still broken? Is inscription still broken? Oh, I didn't put any notes in here about what to recycle. Unless anything specific changes from beta to live. Recycling pigments is probably the most cost effective. We'll confirm that with some science at some point. Right, where's inscription? Have they changed inscription at all? Ugh. Right, max build inscription. How, if, or where has any of this changed? Still hasn't changed by the looks of things. Sure. Is it then the same with inks? Yep. Hey, why have they still not changed any of this? Surely their plan cannot be for it to go live in this form. Surely these are placeholder numbers, because some of these are absolutely bananas crazy. Why is the skill difference on these different? Why is that a thing? Why am I only getting 603 skill towards this ink, but 695 skill towards that ink? I think I've spotted this before, haven't I? And I've figured out what the answer is, and I can't remember what the answer is. Is it because one of these nodes is still broken? No, because the only node that affects it, the only nodes that affect the skill of the inks affect both the inks equally. So how the Christ on a bicycle does that work? Hello? They both have the same top-end recipe difficulty. I've both got all top-quality materials. It must just be that these Sanguithorn pigments don't work properly. Yeah. Flipping high-quality Sanguithorn pigments don't give you the skill they claim they should give you. That's where the bug is. I mean, that is clearly nothing more than a bug, right? That's not an intended thing. That's just broken. But regardless of that being broken, inks are still way too flipping easy. Way too easy. Because what it fundamentally allows you to do, if I remember right, is to swap out nearly all of these. What was it? How did you do it? Which one was it? You could basically swap out nearly all of something. Oh, look what they've done there. Oh, that's weird. Oh, God. Now racials matter. Oh, God. No. Inscription is so broken. No, we don't want racials to matter. If you have the Nightborn racial for Inscription, you will actually be able to swap out all of your Mana Lily pigments for normal quality Mana Lily pigments and still guarantee these at high quality. Which is not as dramatic of a balls up as we have seen, but it's still pretty annoying. I ran out of copium, starting to think that this is intended to launch in this state, which is going to be sad for the 3 scribes I've prepped. Yeah. Something's changed, though. They've definitely changed something. They've put more value on the powder pigment. Because you used to be able to switch out all of the powder pigment and it was just lol 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 lol. I wonder if it's actually got more to do with the fact that okay. Well, something's changed with this since I last looked at it, but I can't quite work out what's changed, but it still feels icky. You can't change out anywhere near as many of the pigments now. It still, though, feels like you can do away without actually having any points in perfect inks if you want to. But of course, you still are going to put all the points in perfect inks in order to optimize your crafting cost, but okay, some of this has changed. That's at least going to mean that high quality inks do mostly... Oh god, you know, it's kind of worrying that I can spot that they've changed something, because that means that somebody's gone in, looked at it, changed something, and yep, this is fine. I would have been more content if they hadn't changed anything. Even these, look, even your ciphers and your codifieds, you can absolutely piss past the rest of the difficulty. Meaning you're going to start swapping out. You're going to be, once you're fully built, you're going to be swapping out these here, look. And this is the kind of shenanigans that starts to put emphasis on being Nightborn. You can drop as many as 3 Azeroots here and still produce at high quality. Obviously, you're not going to be able to turn that down. But the Soul Cipher itself, you can do some cheese here as well, I'd imagine. There's not enough materials here for you to be able to do cheese. You can't even drop the stone on the ciphers. Give me a couple of these standard inks, just out of curiosity. Oh, I need more Sanguithorn pigments. No way you're dropping these, right? No. But there's no... Even though you absolutely blast past the skill difficulty needed, you can't actually cheese anything here because the amount of materials are so low in the first place. So actually, for the optimum cipher build, you just don't put points in ciphers. You just don't need to. There's actually zero reason to put points in ciphers. other than the crafting speed buff at the end. Because there's what, 30 points in here, plus any bonuses, 35, 40, 45, 55, 65, 75, 85, 90. 90 points. 90 skill up for grabs there. Ah, okay. You got to put some points in. But you don't have to fill the tree. Because there's absolutely no point going all the way to 695. Save the knowledge points. Spend them somewhere else. But you can start doing material shenanigans on the codifieds and the inks. Where you choose to do the shenanigans here is going to be an interesting twist. But the fact that you can get away with all normal quality mana lilies, but only if you're Nightborn. If you're not Nightborn, you have to use one high quality mana lily pigment, and then you're good. Depends whether mana lily or, because you could in theory drop just 4 from here as well, I guess, right? To achieve the same, yeah. So everybody's going to be able to drop 4 pigments. Nightborn will be able to drop 5. Or you can drop 7 powder pigments. Whichever one actually generates the most saving. So there's shenanigans on inks. Shenanigans on inks. Shenanigans on the Azeroots. But no shenanigans on the ciphers. Yeah, how if inscription stays this way, the ways in which you choose to spend your spec points, it creates a very early meta. Because some people are going to be able to do clever things with their knowledge points. You know, some people come in and they're like, right, 30 points in here, 30 points in here. Oh no, now I've run out of points. You might be more able to be more clever with your distribution and knowledge points in here to actually like squeeze out the ability to do stuff before others. But then that's only a short-term advantage. And it might not be that much of an advantage because there's only like maximum 90 points here anyway, which you'll do in the first 2 weeks before the season starts. Okay. Yeah, I still think Inscription looks weird, but I can also see it going live this way. Quick maths on milling rates when you are tippity top. 38% resourcefulness. That is flipping cracked. Outrageous amount of resourcefulness. 10 mana lilies is dishing out, what, an average of 14, 15, 14, 11. Probably 14. Maths with your resourcefulness procs, though. Look at these flipping resourcefulness procs. Wait, those resourcefulness procs are outrageous. Does this have a 45% refund on resourcefulness as well? Oh god, it does. 25, 35, 40, 45% more. Oh god. Oh, I'm going to have to make a milling calculator. Milling calculator incoming. We're going to have to spreadsheet the shit out of this. I've been reluctant to do this so far because I've equally been somewhat of the belief that Inscription is just broken and they're going to come in and fix it. But okay. Is the rest of it broken still? Do these still make cards as normal? Do these work? No. Well, it's still very broken because transcribing still doesn't work. I equally don't understand the need for this entire system because why the hell would you ever need to convert a card from one type to another type when you can cherry pick what cards you make in the first place? The only reason you may, in theory, possibly do this is that if the drop rate on certain cards is significantly imbalanced, which I have a sneaky suspicion it is, by the way. I haven't done any mass card crafting, but it has already been partially confirmed to me that drop rates on the cards are not equal. So this is going to require a little bit of testing to find out which cards. But I also want to throw this out there that cards seem to drop pretty reliably out in the open world. They were accidentally switched on for like 5 minutes over on Team NA, and there was flipping hundreds of cards on the auction house. So that doesn't fill me with great confidence that scribes are actually going to craft any cards. I think you'll probably find that transcribing may or may not be used to convert dumb cards that nobody wants into the cards that people do want. But it puts a bit of a weird taste on this entire tree if they make cards drop like flipping candy again out in the open world. So I don't know really what to think about Inscription on the whole. The most recent interview that we talked about, linked it to you over in the Discord, Holly said that they're not launching anything broken. I cringed so hard when she said that. I mean, they've not launched anything that's not been broken for a long time now. There is so many bugs with everything they launch these days. Literally every build has something that's completely busted and they have to then come back in and fix it. She's you know, she's too high up the business ladder though to ever say anything negative or to even tell the truth. You know, when you reach that level, she probably has enough zeros on the end of her wage packet to be comfortable lying on camera. They got paid testers, yeah, exactly. Where do we think then, with what we already know, where do we think there's room for concentration? The fact that they've nuked the ability for you to turn off all of the pigments means you are going to require high quality pigments. minus a few, which does kind of potentially leave the door open for concentrating on some inks, maybe. These numbers are big. These are like enchanting level big numbers, but you also kind of have to remember that these aren't. This isn't like dust, right? This is the equivalent of like 20, 35 pigments is the equivalent of like maybe 20 herbs in total, heavily weighted on the standard basic herb. But there is at least room for the possibility that concentration will come along and let you play silly buggers on these, which is kind of okay. Using all normal quality pigments and making a splattering of inks on the regular basis. You probably slam Dexterous Diligence to max. Stack your multi-craft with concentration as well. Same sort of rules apply. 10 points in Calm Hands, 20 points in Dexterous Diligence. Only 10 points in here. Gives you loads of stats. Absolutely loads of stats. Who be this? Mr. Goldson. Welcome in, fella. Welcome, welcome. We're theorizing again. We're doing maths. We're figuring shit out. We're living by the theory that inscription is broken and there's a very strong chance it stays broken. So if it stays broken, how do we utilize the brokenness to make gold? The door is open for concentration on inks, I think. The door is open for concentration on inks. You cannot now make high quality inks quite so easily. You've still got quite a lot of wiggle room in here though. We figured out you can actually drop all of one of the pigments. You can make all of the pigments of one type go away to be normal whilst mass producing these. Well, okay, all but one unless you're a Nightborn character. So there is not as much room, but there's whatever the value difference between 20 powder pigments and 10 argent leaf pigments is from normal to high quality. That's where you can potentially make some moolah. I wonder though if top tier, all singing, all dancing scribes are going to end up with so much multicraft. 31%. That's not humongous, actually, is it? I reckon you're going to get to 20% multicraft just by filling this node out and this node out. In fact, you might even get for okay. Okay. Inks might be a play. Inks might be a play on concentration. And maybe possibly if inks are a play on concentration, it sort of maybe opens the door for ciphers to be a play on concentration as well. Because if these are worth concentrating on, then in theory, these are then also worth concentrating on. The only issue is that it's 2 inks, you know. You got the price difference of this. You know, even if there's a 50 gold price difference between these, you're still only getting 100 gold from your concentration over here. Why do I not have any sienna inks? Normal sienna inks. The issue is that you make these 2 at a time as well, which is slightly problematic for ciphers, but you then only need 1 to make 2 ciphers. Oh my god, that yield is dirty! Oh, God. You make inks 2 a time. And then you take 1 ink to make 2 ciphers. That means you're getting up to 4 ciphers from just... Oh. Ugh. these stats are backwards. You shouldn't be able to make more end goods than you put materials in. It's backwards. You're meant to put loads of materials in, and the more materials you ram in, you're meant to ram in humongous amounts of materials to get 1 or 2 crafted goods out. You're not meant to put a few materials in to get a shitload of stuff out. That's backwards, Blizzard. It's actually backwards. Especially by the time you run this all the way back to herbs. You put a couple of herbs in, you get a shitload of pigments out. You put a couple of pigments in, you get... Okay, well, at least it downscales nicely here again, but... Where do ciphers go once you've made them? Is it the same sort of stuff again? Question being is, do they go into any, like, commodity kind of, like... Mantis runes they go into? 1. God. Well, same scenario again. If the ciphers are worth concentrating on, at least the Oh, but look how many Vantus runes are going to exist! The materials are so imbalanced here. They're so imbalanced. You take a couple of inks. You take a couple of inks, bearing in mind you're making 2 a time of the inks anyway. You take a couple of inks and you make significantly more ciphers. 2 inks produces 2 ciphers. Especially by the time you slam multicraft on top of this and resourcefulness on top of this. And then those ciphers, which you made a bunch of, you only then need 1 of them to make a single Vantus rune. Oh dear. The balance they're putting into, the effort they're putting into balancing professions is kind of disappointing. It has me rethinking going all in on launch. It's super duper clear to me, right? Dragonflight team, one profession team. The War Within, completely different profession team. Midnight profession team is back to the Dragonflight team, right? It's clear as day to me that there was a completely different team of people doing the War Within. Because this is how Blizzard works. You know, there's a team. I mean, they come out and they say this shit publicly nowadays. They have multiple expansions on the go at the same time, and they have teams that work on a job, they have a task, and then they move on to something else. This means that one team probably flip-flops from doing, like, the current expansion to doing the next expansion, and, you know, so on and so on. This is why I think the professions in Midnight feel way more similar to the professions in Dragonflight, because they're probably being designed and put together by the same people. It was then a different team of people that was responsible for the War Within. And that same logic could kind of mean that the Last Titan will end up being done by the people that did the War Within. Yeah, if you want to put herbs in and get Vantus runes out, you are getting humongous, like, you're getting like, these Vantus runes are going to be pennies. Absolute pennies. I need to, delete a few pigments and test a few things here, because I have a suspicion that by the time you start mass producing something, by the time you start mass producing things, like a single stack of herbs is going to go so far. Craft 10 times both of the inks, get 26 plus of those, craft 26 ciphers, then end up with 35 plus of those, and then end up with 45 Vantus runes. Yeah, you see, this is this is the thing. with nearly 40% multicraft or whatever it was. They're just you're putting nothing in and you're getting humongous amounts of stuff out. It's kind of meant to be the other way around. You're meant to funnel a huge amount of stuff in and process it down until you get these nicely refined end products. But Inscription is backwards. It's like you pick up 2 daisies and then you build a library. It's kind of weird. I need to delete all the materials off this character and just have a little bit of a poke about. In fact, I'm tempted to do it now just to showcase it on stream because I think it's cracked. I think it's absolutely cracked. Need that sentence on a shirt. Pick up 2 daisies, build a library.
Hey.
That's how Inscription looks. Genuinely, that's how Inscription's looking right now. Alright, put all of that in there. Right, give me... What do we need? You basically, I've not done too much milling testing, but I'm going to assume you need about twice as much Tranquility Bloom as you do everything else. Because that's usually the case, isn't it? So, like, give me 2 stacks of Tranquility Bloom. And a stack of everything else. Oh. Well, let's do a small batch to begin with. So we just, you know, we paint the picture. Give me 100 of that. 50 of each of these. Because a small batch will basically present the same sort of thing, won't it? So if we mill these down. 100 Tranquility Bloom. Mill these down. Whoa, hang on, hang on. I'll fudge McDuck. Okay, I want to do this properly. Because I want to showcase that when you've got the right tools and you're doing it actually properly, then.
I've been expecting you.
Sure, I put the right tools on to do it. So you put your resourcefulness tool on for when you're doing your initial milling of this jazz, right? Let's smush all of this down. Remember what we started with. 100 Tranquility Bloom and 50 of everything else. It might not work out too perfectly here, but you'll get the gist. We saved enough materials via resourcefulness to get 2 extra crafts out of this. Now we mill down our Sanguithorn. Yeah, we got 1 bonus craft from that. Now we do our Mana Lily. Didn't get enough resourcefulness procs for any bonuses there. Argent Leaf. Where's our stack of Argent Leaf? What's that icon look like? This stuff there. Right, there's our Argent Leaf. Then we look at start turning those into inks. So we need some water. We've got water in the bank. I've got to be really careful here. I don't use materials from the bank. This is going to be very difficult to do, isn't it, without deleting the materials in the bank. I want it to absolutely, definitely only use these materials. Hang on. Let me just go delete a bunch of mats from the bank. I'm doing this on the quality 3 stuff because it doesn't... Yeah. There you go. I want pigments. Delete all the quality 3 pigment.
Have a good one.
That way I can't accidentally use stuff that's in the bank. I might have to go back and do that again in a minute, but... oh, now I need this crafting table to make the inks. Start to check bait myself, had a big doubt. If we assume Moxie is needed for tools, how would it work being profession specific? Wouldn't it be kind of convoluted to have to have the crafter use, let's say, engineering moxie for crafting the tailoring tool via a craft order. I was thinking like purple tool token you buy, kind of like a spark, but it could bring shuffles back onto the table. Well, no, the profession, the you know, you just make sure that the moxie required, you know, the moxie required on the alchemy tool is it requires alchemy moxie. You don't start shuffling shit about. You just simply make it that you can only craft this with. Yes, it creates a slightly weird scenario that scribe can never then actually get the moxie themselves, but why would a scribe in theory craft an alchemy mixing rod? Other than for the very small, limited amount of crazy people that would do it for like first-time craft bonuses or something, but none of that really matters. Yeah, they would potentially, you know, need to think about that a little bit, but I don't know. I'm not to flip-flop on my opinion, but we're so late in the development cycle now. I'm almost, we've said this a few times today on stream, I'm basically about ready to just assume that they're not going to have Moxie and plan as if they don't. I know how the game will play out if they do add Moxie on it, but we should also definitely make sure that we're prepared for everybody to have their tip-top best-in-slot tools on day one. Anyway, don't distract me. No distractions. No distractions. We need a relatively similar quantity of inks, don't we? We need a relatively similar quantity of inks. Why are we not making these at high quality? Oh yeah, because it's fucking bugged. Of course we're not. Sure. Ignore the quality scenario here. We'll just purely pay attention for a minute to the. Okay, I do kind of have me maths a little bit wrong here. You do need what looks to be substantially more powder pigment. Powder pigment's what we're gonna run short on soonest. I haven't done enough testing with milling to know the ratios particularly. But by the time you do know the ratios, okay, yeah. See, now we've run out of powder pigment. We've got 8 to 10 of each. That first batch. Still got loads of materials left. If we did this at bigger scale, it'd balance itself out more comfortably. Then that basically means we're making 8 ciphers, aren't we? 8 ciphers. Throw in some motes, throw in some stone, sure. $8 minimum, and resource procs will give us extras. Oh, I've fucked this up. I haven't had my multicraft tool on either for crafting the inks. I've completely balls this up. I got distracted. Yeah, you did even tell me wrong tool. I wasn't reading chat. I was trying to focus and trying to I messed things up. But the point still stands is we're already even balls in things up, we're back up to 10 ciphers. 11 ciphers. So we put like 100 herbs and 100 tranquility bloom and a few 50 of the basic ones, plus a splattering of external materials via motes and a bit of stone, and we're at the point where we're going to be spitting out at least 11, but probably substantially more if by the time I actually do my job properly and put the right flipping tools on. We've got hang on, cancel that. I can do 11 crafts, can't I? Where'd me Vantus runes go? A 5 multi-craft? These shit's gonna be free. This stuff's gonna be free. We had a resourcefulness proc. We had 1 resourcefulness proc on a cipher, so we can go again. 20 Vantus runes. We got 20 Vantus runes out of like 100 basic herbs and 50 like rare herbs. And I messed it up and have still been left with a whole bunch of materials. Like, flipping Vantus runes are going to be free. Oh, Lord. This is the thing, the scaling's backwards. You put nothing in and you get everything out. You're meant to put, like... You're meant to be putting, like, 50... Like, what's a Vantus rune cost on retail these days? What's a Vantus rune spitting out these days? I need to do the same equivalent thing, but with the War Within herbs. I don't think you can recycle the Vantus runes. You'd be better off recycling the pigments, but I haven't tested recycling either in detail either. But the emphasis I'm trying to get across here is the fact that you put very little stuff in and get a lot out with Inscription. And when that's the case, it basically sums up to once the market starts to stabilize, once people have leveled, once that initial period of where people just burn materials because they're leveling stuff, when it ends up being the simple cycle of people buy materials, spin the wheel, and then sell crafted goods, scribes won't buy any herbs. Like, they'll be buying no herbs. Because there's not magically going to be 500 times the amount of people that want to buy a Vantus rune. This is exactly the same scenario we've seen with we saw with jewel crafting the other day. The crafting professions are using so little. Either they're using so little materials, or the ratios of everything is kind of backwards as we see with Inscription. Like 100 herbs plus like 50 of the rare ones. Like, and I balls this up. This number's probably meant to be like 25 or something. It'd probably be more than that. Does Blizzard want to make raiding cheaper? Cauldrons, Vantus runes, both extremely cheap. Well, yeah, at this rate, your consumables are going to end up being basically free. And this is my point. They'll start high, right? It will take a while for this effect to kick in. It will take a little while for this effect to kick in, but it will ultimately end up being that your end result items will be incredibly cheap, and there'll be almost simultaneously very little value in farming, because crafters in the middle can take only a small amount of materials, spin a huge amount of stuff. So it's the stack it high, sell it cheap mentality. It's like buying your consumables from China. They're just going to be... They're even lower quality now, aren't they? They're only 2 qualities. It'll take a little while to get there, but your job as a crafter is to take advantage of it before all of this kind of plays out, right? You got to get in there and you got to craft a bunch of stuff and you got to sell a bunch of stuff before the market starts to stabilize and it all starts to tumble, and it will tumble very quickly. Because people will go into the expansion and players will want to zerg their professions up, and so they will buy and consume and just burn huge numbers of materials leveling their professions. But soon as people stop hyper aggressively leveling professions, the demand for materials is going to drop off a cliff. And with so long between the launch of the expansion to the launch of the raid, the likelihood is at some point within those first 3 weeks, we will see that cliff. We will see the point that all of the people pushing in early access and zerging their professions up really quickly will consume huge amounts of materials, but then they'll stop consuming materials full stop. And they'll then have to wait until the raid launches. Maybe, you know, alchemists will start spinning up some potions or whatever, but you'll get that massive, humongous drop in value of everything about probably week 2. Then if you're savvy, you will buy absolutely all of the materials you can possibly squirrel away, craft a bunch of stuff, and then wait for everybody to get really bored of farming because of that massive, you know, that first initial cliff edge style drop in the value of everything. That will be like all of a sudden farmers will go from making 40, 50, 60,000 gold an hour for like a week. They'll be really happy with that. And then all of a sudden nobody will be buying anything and it will crash and burn. And it will be like all of a sudden farmers are like, oh, it's why is it the launch of the expansion and I'm only making 20,000 gold an hour? And then all of the farmers will stop farming. People will hoover up all of those materials, then they'll spin them all into some really, really, really cheap consumables, and then when the raid launches, the price goes back up because all the goblins reset the markets. But by that point, nobody will have been farming for ages, and so you get that second, like, you get that bump in the market. This contradicts that this is the farming expansion, though. No, but it's mostly because crafters aren't adding a huge amount of value to the materials themselves. In fact, farmers, the reason it's a more farmer expansion is because farmers get paid twice. Farmers are getting paid for the raw materials that they produce. They're also going to get paid pretty handsomely for all the moats that are needed everywhere. So farmers who are smart will figure out that providing huge amounts of raw materials is no longer the play because nobody needs a huge amount of raw materials. What everybody needs is these flipping moats. Flipping moats absolutely everywhere. So farmers will start switching their professions, herbalism and mining, into more moat-focused gathering, because that will need to be supplied in as much, if not even higher quantities than the basic materials in some places. Farmers never lose, right? Farmers basically never lose, because soon as they stop getting paid, they just stop doing it. So, you know, there comes a point where if the cost of materials gets too cheap, especially at the beginning of an expansion, people just don't do it. The people are only going to go out and farm whilst the money's good. So farmers always win. Literally, farmers always win. It's crafting that gets squished first. Crafting is always the thing that gets squished first. And the reason crafters get squished in the middle first is because crafters always mass produce way more than is ever needed for the purpose of consumption. Supply is always bigger than demand. And when crafters start to not be able to sell stuff, that's when price wars and undercut wars start kicking off, and that's what pushes the price of the actual product, the end result item, down. And as that price gets pushed down, those crafters start crafting less and they start buying less materials, and then the price of materials dips a little bit, and then if it dips too far, farmers just stop. Unless there is some better option for them. And I think you'll find that raw materials, basic herbs, basic ore will crash in price pretty aggressively. But there will still, throughout most of the expansion, be solid value in these moats, like nearly all the time. There's no requirement on quality of these, and all professions are pulling moats in from every angle. So I think I think we're going to see a situation, I think, where herbing and mining, gathering moats predominantly, using your overloading on cooldown, stacking your overloading. It's what I mean when I say it both feels like a farming expansion, and it also feels like it's going to be very similar in terms of Dragonflight, because that's how things worked in Dragonflight. In Dragonflight, you're out herbing and mining. You basically didn't care about the ore and the herbs. That was just padding to getting as many awakened order as you possibly could an hour. That's where, you know, that's how most of Dragonflight played out. I know the first month or two of Dragonflight, people were doing silly things by pushing the high quality uncommon ores and whatever, but that was, you know, that's just expansion launch time. That's 1 month of the game. The other 17 months of the game is going to basically be all about these damn moats. Who gets the moats cheapest wins. And it will also mean that there'll be so much shenanigans at play on these moats as well. Come reset day, come patch day, you can bet your ass that these will get bought out, reset 15 times. Herbalism, mining, and skinning gets the moats, yeah. Although the skinning one, from what I've been informed, I haven't tested this much myself recently. The skinning ones are still a bit broken. Meaning that, yeah, 90% of the moat production is going to come from mining and herbalism. That is assuming they fix alchemy. Alchemy is a moat factory at the moment. Alchemy can actually manufacture moats out of thin air, which is kind of scary. If that goes live. Actually, if I'll show you alchemy because it's funny. If alchemy goes live in that way, and there's no Moxie on profession tools, the economy is going to be cooked. Maybe it can't be by design. People at Blizzard can't be that ridiculous, because you can actually literally just print moats out of thin air. Maybe I should be keeping some of these tactics to the Discord and not so live, but it's kind of oh, I haven't got flipping tools on this dude. I can't show you it very well. In essence, what it is the cooldowns on these things. You put 10 moats in and you get 8 moats out, but they're subject to multicraft and resourcefulness, which means by the time you've got your epic tools up here, you're looking at like 40% multicraft chance. You're you get more moats out than you put in, and you can just cycle through these repeatedly, just printing moats forever. Because these don't have a cooldown. Well, they didn't. Have they added a cooldown? No. So, yeah, these are going to be the whole ship crumbles. This little piggy house is built on sand right now. I should, I mean, this could actually be a funny video in a way. I should maybe get my profession tools on this alchemist and show this off a little bit. Especially since this derivate stuff is also deemed to be basically free. It's at least going to come along with nothing more than a small vendor price, because Armani extract, which also simultaneously hasn't been fixed, because it doesn't take any materials. You know what I mean about, you know what I was saying about basic need for raw materials being very low? How about 0 to make flipping potions? What? Oh yeah, here's a potion that doesn't require any herbs. Vendor materials only. You what now? Anyway, even if they fix this, even if they slam a bunch of materials on this, then there'll be something else that you can, like, I'm sure there's like a delve potion or something that once again will just be the prime candidate for recycling. You recycle a bunch of shit, your cheap potions, get your derivate, you spin your derivate through your moat factory, You stack your multi-craft on your profession tools and accessories. You get these at Epic. And then you just lol all the way to the bank because you can actually then manufacture moats out of thin air. It's like, oh god. Yeah, you won't need any herbalists or any miners to gather any moats when people can just sit there running alchemy 24 hours a day producing moats out of thin air. Because you know, you put your light moats in and you get wild moats out. If you get more out than you put in because of your multi-craft and resourcefulness, right? If you get more out than what you put in, then you get, you know, you put 10 moats in, let's say you get 12 magic out. You put 12 magic in, you get 14 magic, you know, void out. You put 14 void in, you get 16 energy out. You put 16 energy in, you get 18 light out. And then you go back to the beginning and you do the same thing again. Ta-da! 3 moats. it's yeah. It needs fixing. But anyway, on that note, boys and girls, I'm going to leave it there for now. I'm going to go away. I'm going to get myself some food. I'm going to continue working on some of the guides. The concentration section is minus enchanting, minus inscription nearly finished, which is one of the major modules I wanted to get finished before I can start sharing this with people. The main guide itself is already nearly 50 pages long, so I really don't want to make that more of a novel than it already is. But yeah, soon, TM. Here's to hoping that, you know, Blizzard is paying some attention or Blizzard is listening or something. This is why I don't want to ramp up the YouTube content and it all be me making videos about what's broken. But I don't know how else to translate the information that it's actually a bit frazzled right now. And it's only, you know, if it's frazzled and it goes live and it's frazzled, you can write off Season 1 because it'll... like, you can't have a moat printer. You know, that completely breaks everything. I mean, it would be funny. It'd be funny because there'd be a moat printer and then they'd hotfix it. And you would then have people that have 10 million moats in a guild bank and in their war bank that they just printed out of thin air. It's like, oh, God. Not just a moat printer, but a day one. Yeah, day one moat printer. Day one moat printer because they also don't put Moxie on tools and don't slow alchemists down. There will literally be a day one moat printer if they don't make changes to what's currently in place. If it goes live in the state that it is, moats will be free because you'll be able to print them all day long. You'll need some seed moats. You'll buy 100 moats and you'll basically be able to print moats forever. I mean, that would be a funny video, wouldn't it? That would be a funny video. By the end of day 1 of early access, Manthias has 10 million of each moat. It's the start of the perpetual cycle. It's only alpha. It'll be fixed in beta. It's only beta. It'll be fixed before release. We'll fix it next expansion. Can't do big changes now. Repeat. Yeah, maybe. But anyway, boys and girls, thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. Come say hi on the Discord. If you are poking around on the beta yourself, please share any, like, even if they're just like weird, wacky bugs that you find. Please share the knowledge because then we can hopefully share it further and wider and we can hopefully get these bugs squished. So it's a nice, fair, you know, playing ground for people when the game goes live. You don't really want, like, humongous bugs and exploits to go live because people with a sensible moral compass will ignore them and then they'll feel hard done by because they didn't exploit early and they didn't exploit often, and you know it adds a bad taste to the launch of an expansion. So Fair? You hearsay. Exactly, I know. But, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you for stopping by. Do we have... oh, Bear's online. I haven't raided Bear for a little while. I usually throw you all over to the 24/7 channel, but I haven't re-instigated a giveaway on the 24/7 channel, so I'm not expecting people to have much of an incentive to lurk there. We'll send you over to Bear today. Don't know what she's up to. I've got to go get me some food, though. She's absolutely slamming it at the moment. Oh, it's my 31-month anniversary to Bear as well. Playing words on stream. Go stretch your word skills. Boys and girls, been a pleasure. I'll see you tomorrow. Peace.